Come on in, come on in. Like the videos, you guys. And thanks for being here. Good afternoon, everyone. Just not going live. We're going to talk about the Diddy trial, what's going on. Like the videos, you guys come in. It's going to take a few minutes for the notifications to come out because everyone's been streaming probably for the last 2 hours. So let's get into what we can get into. Like the videos, you guys come in. I appreciate you all for being here. Let's see. Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Like the videos, you guys come in. Thanks for tuning in to Let's Talk About It Media 21. Like, comment, and subscribe. We're going to get into some hot topics, trending topics, and talk Diddy. The sentencing is today. And of course, many people are outside the courtroom covering the trial. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships and research. Fair use is use permitted by a copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. All comments are alleged, in our opinion, and for entertainment purposes only. Come on, like the videos, you guys come in. Thanks for being here. We're going to get straight into Diddy's team shared this video. And we're just going to let that play out. Like the videos, you guys come in. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and get into some news, and we're going to talk about what's being talked about in the news so we can stay up to date on what's being said. So, like the videos, you guys come in. Thanks for being here. We're going to get straight into it. Come on in. Like the videos, you guys come in. Let's see.
Did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly has changed. As well as he may think he's changed, in reality he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You see photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea of where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle of justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, it's also taking in consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do, and that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation of sentencing from family, from inmates. What is the main theme that you're seeing, the people who support Sean Combs or ask for leniency? What are they saying?
I think the main through line throughout all of this is that Diddy has learned his lesson. And I'm speaking on behalf of these letters of support for P. Diddy, basically saying he knows what he did was wrong. He learned his lesson. He's served his time so far for over the past year at MDC Brooklyn, and he's changed. This was a mistake. He is different now. And of course, talking about all the positive attributes that he has. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about P. Diddy today, because he's famous. And how did he become famous? Well, he was very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public as a celebrity. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, his family, showing him being a dad. He is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, been a runner historically in the past, saying that he's dedicated to things that are bigger than himself. And so those letters of support, it's really things like that, saying he has changed. He's not going to do it again. He's a good person and he deserves to be out with his family.
You look at the letter from Sean Combs that was submitted to the court, and maybe something that will be, echoed in his statement to the court. He says, this is to the judge, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children. I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
So let's say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely, if he even won the appeal for whatever reason, he would be recharged or there would be a new trial with the same charges.
Interesting you asked that question. We get great questions from our viewers. But Tyler, got a question now from Trisha Lancaster, who asks, could he be retried for the charges he wasn't convicted of if new evidence comes to light?
No, he can't be retried. That's double jeopardy. He's already been acquitted of those charges that he wasn't convicted of, so he won't stand trial for those again.
By the way, great movie.
He can't be charged with those same charges.
You ever seen the movie Fracture? Great movie. I encourage everybody to check it out. Talk about double jeopardy and what can be introduced. Just encourage everybody to check it out. It's a really good one. All right. So we have a poll up. What's next for Diddy? 32% say who cares. 28% say total cancellation. 22% a rebrand and quiet return. 18% say business as usual. Sierra, we talked about this before about what can we expect from Diddy, depending upon the sentence and if he's released. What do you think of that poll?
I think the poll is interesting. The fact that majority say who cares.
Like the video, fair use, reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit subscribe.
In this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, but thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading from People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested. There was the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway. Excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor, Slavic, says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to
Good morning,
explain
Anonymous.
why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be several years in prison. Because again, I go back to something. There are people who look.
Let's get the likes up, you guys. Let me get 20 people to hit the like button. Just double tap the screen. It'll put us in the algorithm. Let's get the likes up. Thanks, Anonymous. Anonymous, good morning.
Look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution, but the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at great length, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some levels to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we have a situation that we had this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run-of-the-mill, somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts. And it was surrounded with such a violence. And we had this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, the Rob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who've prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're thinking, you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range. But what extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do? What do they need to say in order to get some sort of leniency from the judge?
Well, they need to make an argument for deviating. That's the big thing they need to do. Deviating from the proposed recommendation and the guidelines, even though the judge said he sees no reason to essentially deviate from the proposed recommendation. That's one. I do think they need to draw a fine line between taking responsibility and accountability and still attacking some of the prosecution's tactics and how they're trying to use these acts that were charges that he was not convicted of and twisting the Mann Act, which he was convicted of. That's going to be their best bet, and reminding the judge that this sentence should be one for the charge that he was convicted of, not for the charge he was acquitted of. And they're going to give weight to the acts of violence, but if you're looking at a scale from 0 to 100%, there's no way the judge should give 100% credit to those acts of violence because he wasn't convicted of those charges. It should probably be more appropriately 40% and under. Even though they happened, it was trauma. The jury was a true arbiter of this, and they found him not guilty on those charges.
Alexis, if the judge sentences him to 7 years or 11 years or what have you, as opposed to 14 months, which is what the defense has been asking for, can they appeal that sentence? What do you think the likelihood of successfully appealing that sentence would be? I mean, do you think the judge, if you were to sentence Sean Combs to significant prison time, that there's an argument this was excessive?
If we were going to sentence him to 7 to 11, I don't think there's argument for that because I mean, first of all, I think that we're going to land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument to say that that it was an excessive sentence. I mean, nobody is talking the 20 years. That is the possibility. So definitely going to stay within the requirements to substantiate his order of whatever he does. Otherwise, people could be saying that.
Sierra, I go to you real quick on this. The scene outside is interesting, but for anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously we talked about you haven't seen Kanye yet, but there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Yes, I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who are inside. We read at the beginning of the live stream, I believe, that I think, blew a kiss to his mother, so he's been kind of in conversation with them, at least from afar, eye contact, things like that. I did hear reports that the Punisher was here. However, I personally have not seen him. But I do know there's a pretty big crowd behind me. There's a lot going on over there. Those are the main people that I've heard of. However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense. So there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this, Tyler. The judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the convictions. The defense had made a series of arguments about how archaic this law was, problems in the way it was prosecuted, prejudice by the evidence that was introduced. The judge denied it. And just a quick point of what the judge said, the government at trial presented overwhelming evidence of Combs' guilt under the Mann Act, meaning the transportation to engage in prostitution. On many occasions, with respect to both Ventura and Jane, the government proved its case many times over. To any modern reader, the plain meaning of prostitution is sex for sale, because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there was a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping. He overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution and acts of sex. There was tourism there, but there's clearly prostitution going on, whether it's money paid to people to have sex with the victims, or Mr. Combs engaging in the sexual activity as well. And there can still be an argument that him being a voyeur and there being money exchanged was still prostitution. So nowhere near surprised that the judge did not throw out those 2 counts.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you believe Diddy will get retried? So let's put aside the argument we've been talking about so many times on double jeopardy grounds. He's not going to be retried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
So this is a great question. So a lot of people don't realize this, that you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case, we do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but we do, a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these 2 counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis, Sierra's going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only, 29% say victim impact statements, 28% say the leaked hotel video, meeting with Cassie, and 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victim's impact statements here because they were traumatized and clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration. The the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's a judge, because he pays big bucks and wears a black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us, so stay with us here on Long Crime. This could be a full-day sentencing hearing. Okay, Shakira,
Like the video,
let's play.
like the video.
What game are you?
There's about 43 in the building. I got started late. Like the video as you guys come in. Continue to hit the subscribe. Let's continue fair use. Let's continue.
In their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So
let's continue.
Sentence here. The defense is asking for no more than 14 months in prison. He's already served 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center. So if the judge sides with them, he's going to be out in no time, if that's the case. The prosecution is asking for 11 years. The probation department, which prepared a report in anticipation of this sentence, they are recommending 7 years, 3 months. So there is a range here. And this is all up to the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. It is his discretion following the guidelines. There is a lot of room here. By the way, we also don't know how long this whole hearing will last. There is a talk that it might last 4 hours or 5 hours. We're not entirely sure. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement. We believe his attorneys will make a series of statements. Prosecutors will make statements. We believe that they may even read letters into the record. We believe victim Mia, who testified at trial, will make a statement. This was put by the judge over the objection of the defense. And just to highlight another point, this all comes after numerous people, family, inmates, those who testified at trial, victims. Combs himself wrote letters to the judge to try to persuade him one way or another about what this sentence should be. By the way, the defense is even trying to get in a video compilation, a montage of Sean Combs. Actually, we're going to play you bits of that in the background as we talk. It's consistent with what Sean Combs said in his letter, which we'll read as well. The idea being that he has done good in this world. Think about his family, that he could be more of a benefit to society on the outside than on the inside. But then you couple that with all the letters from the people who were affected by Sean Combs and his crimes, talking about that he should not get any kind of leniency. So there is a lot of unpredictability here, a lot at stake. We're going to cover it all. I'm not going to do it by myself. So we have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom as this hearing goes forward. She'll be on with us later on. We're actually going to do a special episode of Sidebar. We'll talk about everything that happened in that courtroom. But we also have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is on the ground outside of that federal courthouse. And we also have with us trial attorney Aaliyah Roberts and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you so much. This is part one of what could be my all-day panel. This could be an all-day event. I'm going to start with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside. Sierra, thank you so much for coming here, for reporting about what's been happening. Let's first talk about the scene. What is the scene like outside that courthouse, and have you noticed anybody of note about who has come there? I saw reports that the Punisher, who was one of these sex workers that had testified at this trial, has appeared outside that courthouse. Who have you seen? What is the scene like?
good morning, Jesse. The scene here today is shockingly calm, especially when we're talking about the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I mean, is he going to walk free today? Is he going to be behind bars for more than a decade? Who's to say at this point? And so I guess I am kind of shocked that it's not as rowdy. I mean, last time I talked to you, the day the verdict came down, there was baby oil, there was lube, all outside of this courthouse behind me here in the Southern District of Manhattan. So far today, I haven't seen anything like that, but I have seen a pretty big crowd. We've heard a little bit of cheering, but overall, it's been pretty quiet. Now, we do know that Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, has walked in. We know that the family usually comes in, pretty big Sprinter van. We like to capture that and see them walking in because we do know his family has been very supportive throughout all of this. There are reports, as you said, that the Punisher, who I believe we've actually talked to, you talked to on Sidebar and then here on our previous live stream, was outside here today too. I'm not sure who else we're going to see, but I mean, we've got our eyes and ears right here at the courthouse to see what's going to happen.
So we're already getting questions in from Carter. Jesse's got his suit on. It's official. It is official. You didn't even need my suit on to let you know that this is official. But yes, I do have the suit on. Question from Picture This and That LLC. Did you really incorporate that? Picture This and That LLC. It's a good name. All right. Where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth is inside that courthouse like she has been throughout the course of this entire trial. Queen Elizabeth. She will be out later to talk to us about what she's seeing, what she's hearing. This is a very pivotal day. Before we go to more questions, Sierra, I was right about the guidelines, right? Like, talk to us about what we should be anticipating in terms of a range of a sentence here.
I think this is really interesting, Jesse, because if we go for the maximum here, it could be 20 years, right? Because we have 2 convictions. That's a max of 10 years per conviction, so 20 total. However, I don't think that's really what we're going to end up seeing. The prosecution is asking for around 11 years, a little bit more than that. And then, of course, the defense says we want 14 months, which, if you do the math, shockingly, Diddy has still been behind bars since his arrest in September of 2024. So we're at about 13 months right now, that would add an additional month about, so almost time served. And the guidelines are, showing we could have the 20 years. The recommendation seems to be between 5 to 7. So we have a huge range here of what it could be. I mean, anything's on the table really today, but again, it's up to Judge Arun Subramanian what's really going to happen. So that's why we got to pay such close attention to everything that comes out today.
And every detail. So we are getting reporting that COMBS lawyer Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, they are talking next to the lectern in that courtroom. Alexandra Shapiro is standing with Nicole Westmoreland, another one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor in this, as we know, she has left the prosecutor's office. She is not there. Obviously, she's not part of this prosecution anymore. We have this question coming in, Sierra, from Clarissa Schmidt. How long will the sentencing actually take? It's got to be quick, right? Not necessarily. Based on what I said, I mean, this could take hours.
Oh, yeah, I think it could take hours. We have to go through, both sides are going to want to present. We know that P. Diddy himself is likely going to speak. We don't know how long it's going to take, or as far as any of the victim impact statements, it could take hours. I mean, I have heard rumblings that it could be 3 to 5 hours. However, there were some rumors. I was talking to Elizabeth Milner this morning before she went to the courthouse that some rumors say this could even trickle into Monday. Now, I think that might be kind of unprecedented. That's a rumor, nothing concrete at all. But we could be here literally all day, and we have that prepared. We are going to be here until we have, the sentence handed down.
So, by the way, we put up a poll. We're going to put up polls as well. Did you guys miss our live stream coverage? Big time, 61% say big time. They missed it. 21% say sorta. And then I'm here for Elizabeth, 18%. That's amazing. So, Sierra, we're going to just stand by. We have more updates that are coming in. I want to bring on Aaliyah and Joe on this. So, Aaliyah, it's great to have you both here. Aaliyah, we have this question that just came in from Beauty Slay. Can they try him again for the counts that are not guilty? So, right, racketeering, 2 counts of sex trafficking. Can they try him on the counts that are not guilty, or does double jeopardy prevent it from happening? Lee, I'll start with you.
No, hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And no, he cannot be tried again. He was tried. He was convicted. Therefore, his conviction stands. He cannot be tried for the same crimes again.
Okay, I got to ask you about this letter from Sean Combs. And by the way, as I read parts of this, if you want, you can put up this potential montage video that will be, again, potentially played in court, because it kind of echoes very similar to the themes in his letter to the judge, where he basically said, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Again, this is the Judge Subramanian. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. He goes on to say that I'm sorry can only be so much. He talks about what he went through over the past 13 months. And then he really gets into putting the blame on himself. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I've been humbled and broken to my core. He talks about how difficult the circumstances of his incarceration at the MDC are. Says it's not to evoke sympathy, but what he really tries to focus in on the work that he's been doing behind bars. And there's a part of this letter, Joe, where he's talking, it seems, about the benefit he could be to society on the outside as opposed to inside. He says, I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have ever before. He goes on to say, today I humbly ask you for another chance. This could be what he says in open court today, and we believe he's actually going to be allowed to wear civilian clothes as he does this. By the way, this is images of when he did the marathon back in the day. I have 2 questions for you, Joe. A, how much of an impact will Sean Combs' statements, this letter, have on the judge? And B, if this letter, and if this video is allowed in, I have to wonder, is the judge going to look at all that and say, yeah, all the good that you did, all this time with your family was at the same time you were committing crimes? And I'm curious, again, the overall impact of the letter and the video.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's going to fall on the sword. That's what he's going to do. I think the letter, to my mind, has a better chance of making an impact because there's no presentation. And you have to figure out whether or not you really want to believe it. But it's not going to be a shiny video. He was great at making videos. He was great at presenting. He's always been good at that. And to your point, while he was doing all the good in the past that he was doing, he was beating the heck out of these women and doing some things that really he doesn't want to remind the judge of, right? So I think he's got to be careful about the whole video thing because there's no jury here today. That the jury could help him because they wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he's the guy that they've seen all of these years, over the years. But the judge is not that guy. And so it's a very slippery slope to keep from coming off as too shiny and too, fill in the blank in light of everything he actually has done and in light of everything that he was doing future, not even the good that he did in the past, because while he was doing good in the past, these women were going through a private hell. So we'll see how much of an impact it actually has. My sense is the letter and his words, if he says something to the judge, has a better chance of making an impact, piercing through and hopefully coming off as sincere. The film, the slideshow, whatever it is a presentation. Whether it's heartfelt or not, there's still this veil of presentation that he's got to get around, and we all know he can present. He's always been able to do that. So in and of itself, that's not going to carry the day.
Aaliyah, we have this question from Sydney Sexton. Been watching since day one of the trial. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you so much for saying that. A question: what are your predictions on the length of sentencing? Aaliyah, obviously I'll give you the floor to answer that, but I guess the other question is, and I focus on something I mentioned before, the reason this sentencing is so significant is because of the unknown. This is not a murder case where the judge listens to victim impact statements and already has to go in and says it's going to be life without the possibility of parole. This is a case where I do wonder, how much is the judge going to be persuaded by all of the letters, all of the statements? Do you think he's already made up his mind, and what do you think that sentence could be?
A great question, Jesse. I'm thinking somewhere in the range of 5 to 7 years. The reason I think that is because I feel like that, for lack of a better term, it splits the baby, right? So the prosecution wants 11 years, the defense wants 14 months. So 5 to 7 years will definitely split the baby, for lack of a better term, in that it shows that it's not simply you did your time and you're done.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Joe, we got a again, very similar to what I just asked. This question from Monica Price. Has the judge already decided, or can he literally decide in court? Your opinion about that? Some people have looked at what Judge Subramanian has done in the past, denying him bail, denying him the motion to throw out the convictions. They say, that means he's really going to go heavy. So maybe he'll go 11 years. Who knows? You persuaded by that? What's your prediction?
Well, I'm sure the judge has some thoughts, right? Because it's his job to have some thoughts, but he's supposed to be moved by what happens today, right? So he's actually supposed to have an open mind in terms of where things go. He doesn't seem like a, quote, soft judge. He didn't let him stay on the street, didn't bail him out, despite 3 or 4 requests. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lands, and I think an important question, a related question, what we're asking is, how far is he going to deviate from the guidelines? Because what Aaliyah is talking about is really something that's close to what the guidelines would be, right? So what is it about P. Diddy that perhaps makes him veer much below the guidelines or veer much above the guidelines, right? And so the question is, how far away is he going to go from that? I think that because it's a circus potentially, because there will be presentations today and a longer presentation and such a potential divergence in what he could really receive, the judge really would have to have an open mind going in today because he really doesn't know what he's going to see, and it's a little bit unusual. So my sense is he hasn't decided yet, hopefully, right? And hopefully he considers, and in his rendering, he talks about what he considered, including and particularly what he saw today.
Sierra, so first of all, we're getting an update from court. I want to let everybody know we're going to have updates from court. We're going to read them to you in real time. There's no cameras allowed. But
please hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe. Continue to hit the like button, you guys. We've had about 3,000 people in the building, and we only have 7 likes. Please thumbs up the video. Double tap the screen to get the likes up, and thank you.
We'll let you know what's happening. Sean Combs has been brought in. He's wearing a white shirt. So he's not wearing his MDC clothes. He puts his papers under the table. He's been leaning back, blows a kiss to the gallery, his mother. Brian Steele is standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So we're about to start the sentencing hearing right now. Sierra, there have been a flurry of letters. There has been a flurry of communication to the court in anticipation of this sentencing. What are some of the notable letters that the judge has received in anticipation of this?
He's received multiple different letters and all of this. And I guess it makes sense, right? Because both sides want a win here. We didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. We heard all of the drama there. Overall, a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter, the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course, we've noticed that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course, we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says, we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. Then there's also information from Gina. If we're going back to the trial and talking about this is victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. We don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support, against,
it's not me saying which way the judge should go. I'm just wondering, kind of surmising what the judge may say. Could the judge look at Gina's letter and say, you know, she really wasn't part of the case that the jurors found him guilty of? Like, what Gina says doesn't affect the fact that he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm looking at those crimes that...
Like the video. Please hit subscribe, everyone. Please hit the subscribe button. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. 50 people double tap the screen to get the like up. If you're watching from a phone, press 1, or a tablet, press 1. Double tap the screen to get the likes up.
Well, the
Thank you.
prosecution made me feel like a victim versus actually being a victim, and then potentially writing a letter in support. I mean, to the extent that the judge considers her letter, right, it would be to give the same weight as other people who are in support of Diddy, right? I mean, Young Miami's name was mentioned many times throughout this trial, or at least in the coming up to the trial, and she wrote a letter in support as well, right? So I imagine the judge would give the same amount of weight as he would give to her letter.
Okay, so we have an update from court. All rise. This has begun. Clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic says, yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that. I have received...
So that was about 30 minutes ago. Let's continue. Hit the subscribe button. Let's get the likes up, everyone. 50 people hit like. Double tap the screen. Thumbs up above the video, below the video. I need 50 people to hit that like button. It'll bring people in. Thank you.
And the pre-sentencing reports, I'll hear from the parties. So we're getting underway right now. We have a poll up. Do you think Diddy will walk out a free man today? 58% say no. 23% say yes. 19% say hard to say. So Joe, Fabiola Delgado Lebron says, Joe, I took your advice on the glasses. Mine haven't been clearer. There you go. There we go. Glasses became a big part of our conversation as we were talking about this.
It's great.
Anyway.
It's the darndest thing.
Yeah, okay. Do you feel there is a possibility that Diddy will be able to walk away today due to time served? I mean, I don't think it's going to be, even if he gets time served, like he just walks out of the courtroom like it's Law and Order. He actually has to be processed, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he wouldn't walk out that very moment. But the question would be, could he get a time served situation where technically all he would have to do is process to come out? And although it's possible, I don't think it's probable. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get out today. I think he's going to get some amount of time, more than what the defense is asking for. Clearly, the defense, of course, is going to ask low. The prosecution is going to ask high. The judge is going to wind up somewhere between the two. There's a question as to which one he'll wind up closer to, right? You know, could he wind up in that 4 to 6, 5 to 7 range? That would be the sentencing guideline. Or is this a situation where, because of how unusual it is, because of the magnitude of who Sean P. Diddy Combs is, he winds up lower or higher? I mean, those things can cut both ways. But even if he were to get free, as it were, he would still have to process out. So he wouldn't walk out that very moment, you know, with Diddy music playing in the background. I mean, it would completely undermine, by the way, this whole idea of being somber, of being sorry, of being regretted, things like that. I think he'd have to be concerned about that as well. Even if he does get out, he would need to be somber and need to be humble, because otherwise he becomes this person that he was before, and this becomes a thing that makes everybody go, the people particularly that fear for their safety, et cetera, that were sympathetic to Cassie and others, oh, here we go again.
That's a good point. We have an update from court. Judge says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video, which we're showing you right now, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others, meaning, the victims in this case. I appreciate them. Now, Aaliyah, I don't know what to take away from when he says, I appreciate them. Does it signify that he's thinking about them? Does it signify that he's going to use it in his calculus, his determination, his analysis? Or he just says, hey, listen, I appreciate them submitting them?
I think the judge is very particular in the words that he used. I think by saying I appreciate them, he's acknowledging that he's received them, that he's reviewed them, and that he is going to take those letters into consideration. I think I appreciate is a better word than I've reviewed, acknowledged, and understand. It's a very short way of saying hey, I got them. Hey, I'm looking into them. Hey, I'm gonna consider them when making my decision, but I'm not gonna say I'm considering them while making my decision.
We have an update for you, okay? Sierra, I'm going to throw this to you. So, Sean Combs' defense attorney says we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC, where he's been housed. Prosecutor Slavic says we don't have a copy. The judge says please give her one. Put that to the side. Prosecutor Slavic just announced Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Sierra, that is a big update, that Mia apparently will no longer make a statement in court, because we know the defense was trying to object to her testimony, object to her statement. The prosecution did accuse them of bullying her and, characterizing her in a certain way. We can talk back and forth about her testimony during the course of this trial, whether or not it helped or hurt the prosecution. But the fact that she is apparently no longer going to make a statement in court, apparently because of what the defense said in their letter, your reaction to that?
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've heard this sort of argument from the prosecution, right? If we go back to the trial, they were saying how important it was for these women, these survivors, to come forward, not just for this case, but for any sort of case across the entire country when we're talking about sexual assault allegations. And essentially what they said is they have seen bullying, they have seen coercion, they have seen threats, all from Diddy and his team. And again, these were allegations, but basically the prosecutors say, from the start, you guys have been bullying all of these survivors into not coming forward. That's what happened with Gina. Now, of course, we do know what Gina says now. She says that it was prosecutors, actually, conversely, who were the ones who were kind of making her feel as though she was a victim. But here, this allegation that Mia has been bullied by the defense, I mean, I guess we should pay attention to it and put some sort of weight into it, because if Mia truly does feel that her safety is at risk here, that's very important to consider, because she does have the right to be able to speak, and it's very important that she would be heard. But I mean, I'm very interested to see what the defense has to say about all of this, because I assume they're going to say, hey, there was no bullying here. We did none of that. We were well within our rights. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, remember, Mia testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. In her letter to the judge, she said that the sentence should reflect the years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. It doesn't take away that that letter was submitted. So the judge could still consider the letter. It's just the fact that she's not going to appear in court, I think, is also quite significant. And we have an update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules, again, regarding how they fought back against Mia. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorney, says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So it appears we're going to hear multiple people during the course of this hearing. Very interesting. So Stilo Suave, have any of the letters in Combs' trial been made public yet? Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
There, I was reading one from Sean Combs as well. Aaliyah, question from Words 789. Why is P. Diddy allowed to wear civilian clothing when he's already been convicted and is in custody?
It's really just about presentation. You want the judge to consider this individual, Mr. Combs, in this case, as a person and not as a criminal, right? Even though he has been convicted, even the sentencing is still being considered, you don't want to be sentencing someone in jail clothes. It taints the image that the defense is trying to put forth, that even though I was convicted, even though I did do these wrongs, I'm still a father, I'm still, a person of the community that wants to support the community, and I want to be looked at and considered as such.
Going back to questions as we wait for more updates. So just submit your questions on YouTube. We'll make sure to answer them here on air. Okay, this is from Dungaroo TV. It's a good question. Joe, are there any precedents that could give us an idea of how long Combs' sentencing will be? I mean, that was battled back and forth by the prosecution and the defense in their memos, their sentencing recommendations, looking at past cases. I think it is interesting and notable to talk about the fact that he was only convicted of these crimes as opposed to these crimes in connection to an overarching racketeering conspiracy case or a sex trafficking case. There was the question about whether or not he would even be brought up on those charges, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what he was convicted of, if those were the only charges, if they weren't connected. But he was acquitted of the most serious charges. So when we're talking about precedent here, purely on these prostitution charges, is there precedent on what the range could or could not be?
Yeah, there's precedent on the charges themselves, but there's not precedent on this particular individual, who he is, how this happened. They made a very interesting argument that was unsuccessful about saying, hey, he was just a guy that just liked to watch things happen. He should never have been convicted on even the things that he was convicted on. So if it was just about the precedent, someone is convicted for this crime, if that was the case, the sentencing guidelines are 4 to 6, 5 to 7, right in there, and the parties wouldn't be deviating from them too much, right? But that's what's so amazing about this. What's being asked for is so divergent. I think it suggests that either there's no precedent at all, or there's distinguishing elements that say you should deviate very high or very low from what the charges themselves would normally warrant under this circumstance. So there is precedent, but there isn't. I hate to talk out of two sides of my mouth here because I feel like I am, but Diddy changes everything. He makes things look different potentially, and he makes for an argument. He can say all these things that I can do in the community. The other side, the prosecutor can say all the damage he's done because of all of the things that were brought before the court, even though he wasn't convicted of those things. There's been a whole lot of discussion from me and Gina about people, acquitted conduct being considered and all of these other things. So he really changes the calculus on what would normally be a precedent based on the actual crimes themselves. That's a clear question. The more complicated question is, how does Diddy change the potential precedent or get rid of it altogether?
Some updates in courts. They're going back and forth about who will be allowed to speak, in the sense that the judge says, look, I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia, so what about who the defense wants to call in? It seems like the judge is going to allow the children and a Dr. Johnson, this Reverend Doctor, to speak as well. He's going to be thinking about the others. Okay, got a super chat question. Thank you so much. Super chat question from Free. I'll go to you, Aaliyah. This is from Free. Does Diddy get to...
Like the video. Let's get the likes up, you guys. We got about 106 in the building. Let's get the likes to 50. Please double tap the screen. Hit the thumbs up above the video, below the video. 50 people, double tap the screen to hit the like. Thank you. 50 people to double tap the screen to hit the like.
I'm not sure that the video actually comes in as far as the sentencing is concerned. I think the judge saying that he received it and reviewed it is probably as much as we're going to receive regarding the video in the sentencing hearing today. I also think that it depends on the judge and his preference and what he wants to hear. Is it normal or customary for the defendant to have his statement last? Sometimes, but the judge might want to hear from the victim last. It really just depends on how this judge wants to run his courtroom.
By the way, this is such an interesting update that we just got in. The judge is talking about what he can and cannot consider. This became a big topic post-verdict and going into sentencing. As to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning regarding all the conduct that supported the racketeering conspiracy case and the sex trafficking charges. There is no guidance from any court on this, the judge says. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. That's a good question here, right, Joe? What can the judge consider here? Can the judge consider the beating of Cassie Ventura in that 2016 tape? Did it really support the jury's findings with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution? You asked me, it seemed that it was more about, was that sex trafficking? The transportation to engage in prostitution felt, was Sean Combs transporting sex workers and these victims for the purposes of sex work? If there was a money trail, voice notes, text messages, you could prove that case without even the 2016 video. But should it be considered for purposes of sentencing?
Yeah, that's what's really, really interesting here, because I believe there's overlap between the crimes that they were trying to convict him of. So even though you're not supposed to have acquitted conduct considered, if you're considering me a statement, if you're considering certain things that really went towards the other crimes for which he was acquitted, how is it not arguably acquitted conduct? It's things that would go to both transportation as well as the criminal conspiracy, which he was ultimately acquitted of. How is it not crossing the line and being in that gray area there? So he's not supposed to consider acquitted conduct, but I think that there's such potential for overlap here. The judge is going to have to be really careful about what he actually does consider, what comes in, etc. in that regard. And I think that there's argument back and forth. I mean, that's why there was objections about certain people's information and letters coming in, because there's a question as to whether or not this is about the acquitted conduct for which he was not convicted. And so it's an open question. Certain things aren't supposed to get in, but there's so much crossover and overlap. I think there's gray area, and I think it can be muddy.
Sierra, we've got a question from Dungaroo TV. What do you think the repercussions will be for Sean Combs after all of this blows over? I guess the question would be, putting aside the sentence, let's say he's released, let's say he gets 14 months and he's released, or let's say he gets 2 years, he's released. He comes out. What are the repercussions for him? Because he could still lead a life. He still has a career. He still has businesses. He's got over 60 lawsuits he's got to contend with. But what are the repercussions in your mind after covering Sean Combs for such a long time?
I think that this is such a good question, right? It's really why all of us are interested in the case in the first place, because to see the downfall of someone like P. Diddy, who prior to his arrest was literally receiving the key to New York City, where we are right now, and now he's behind me in federal court. I mean, it's a major fall from grace. And that begs the question, what's going to happen? I mean, he's already been in jail for more than a year at this point. Whatever happens with sentencing will happen. He'll serve his time. He'll get released, whatever. But I think the big question here is what's next for his career. We know that P. Diddy is undoubtedly very charming. He, charms the masses with his huge music career. On top of that, we're talking about some of the brands that he had in regards to alcohol. Then there was his clothing line. And since all of these allegations came forward and some of these civil lawsuits, he's seen a bit of issues as far as the business side of things. So I guess that's really the question. Will he be canceled from all of this? Will his career be completely gone? Honestly, I don't think so, because just being down here at the courthouse, there are still supporters for Diddy. There are still people who
Like
say,
the video, like the video.
A father figure to me. Diddy is a mentor to me. All of these things. So I think some people will make up their minds and say, I'm done listening to it. I don't want to hear anything he puts out. I'm never going to buy another Sean John I am ever again. But then some people who are the diehard fans will help continue to perpetuate the future of his career. I think it's kind of a wait-and-see situation.
That's a good point. So again, the judge is considering whether or not acquitted conduct can be considered for purposes of sentencing. The judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cites a Second Circuit case. In other cases, even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under a specific legal statute. Now, the U.S.'s objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. We'll learn a little bit more about this. Aaliyah, how does he tackle all of the civil lawsuits that he's facing?
Well, he has a reverend in the courtroom. Maybe you should pray about it, because that's probably the only way he's gonna get away with all these civil lawsuits. As we know, in civil court, the burden is significantly less than in criminal court. In criminal court, you have to prove that the prosecution has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil court, that is not the same. That is not the same. It's a significantly lower standard. And I think the evidence that has been proffered and has been presented in criminal court will undoubtedly be the foundation and the support for these civil lawsuits going forward. I think that he should call his reverend and call his accountant, and that's all I've got for that, because he's going to be fighting these for a very long time.
Look, he's trying to battle it each case at a time, or several cases at a time, basically, motions to dismiss, or saying, how can we fight against people suing him anonymously? If you can convince a court that they shouldn't proceed anonymously under a pseudonym, those people may decide, hey, you know what, I don't want to make myself public. I don't want to go further with the case. That may end it. So it's a tricky battle, and it's a lot of cases. Question, Joe, from Dropping the T. What's everyone's thoughts on what he may get? So I haven't even given my perspective here. But I'll just tell you, Joe, I'm curious your thoughts. I don't think he's getting 20 years. Okay, I don't think the judge is going to go well past. But I also have to say something that really needs to be considered here is the fact that he did this multiple times. I think that's a key point. That it wasn't a one-off. It was a pattern of doing this with sex workers, payment. It became a system. And I think whether the judge considers the use of violence or considers the use of drugs, it's how many times he did that, which makes it aggravated, and why we may see something closer to maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years. I mean, is that totally outside the realm of possibility, Joe?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. Diddy was a tyrant, man. You know, he did some things he shouldn't have done. He's done them over and over again. I've said to you a million times, I'm still trying to figure out how he didn't get convicted 2 years ago with the Shine situation. And you know, back then he goes through what he goes through. He does a religious album, and you know, and I've learned my lesson, and all. We've been through all this before. We've seen. I already know what all of this is like. So there's a possibility that the judge is a little less sympathetic because of what happened and how habitually it happened. And we all kind of know that the fact that he had the resources between that and the prosecution really overshooting this thing is really how he kind of escaped. Regular you or me probably wouldn't have gotten off of these things. Okay. And so, you know, literally, the judge can see there is a path. I can see a path where the judge can be pretty hard on him, because not only was he convicted of 2 crimes instead of 1, but there was, to your point, this redundant, repetitive thing. He acted lawlessly. And does he really learn his lesson if he walks out before Christmas this year? This becomes this soap opera telenovela story with this happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cassie and everybody else are scared to death. Their lives are ruined, destroyed. They've had to completely rebuild. There's something that might be unfair about that in the eyes of the judge, and so therefore he could deviate up from the guidelines. We'll see what happens, but I certainly see a path forward.
There is some more updates from the court. The judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes the most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Judge says, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. Since I can consider it, it does impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government should have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. It's a lot of back and forth about what the judge considered here regarding the sentencing. I think the legal pads were with what was with respect to what was found, I think, in his jail cell. But it does go to a larger question here. Sierra, as someone who covered this case and covered this trial, there are those who will say this is a victimless crime. Transporting sex workers for sex work? Who is harmed as a result of this? I think the judge is kind of talking about that in a way.
I mean, this is really tricky, right? Because all the things we've been talking about so far on the live stream, the allegations that we had as far as, you know, racketeering conspiracy, all of that was, you know, he was acquitted on those counts. But we still have all of that kind of in the back of our minds with the testimony from some of those victims. You know, when we're talking about Cassie, Mia, Jane, I don't want to come out and say that this is a completely victimless crime. However, I do feel like that's what the defense is saying in all of this. You know, he's done his time. You know, let's give him 14 months, so he only has about a month left here at this point. I mean, that's their argument here. But then when you take a look at all of the victim impact statements, we heard the drama today about Mia, but of course we have Cassie Ventura. When you take a look at those things, I mean, it's really hard to ignore that it does seem that there were victims in this case. I mean, that is what they were even called as far as, you know, the court transcripts, victim 1, victim 2, you know, victim 4, all of those things. And so I don't know, it's very muddy, and I think that's why.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Don't forget, hit subscribe the screen to get the likes up. Thank you.
I guess we'll just have to wait.
Well, it's interesting. We just got this update from the court. The judge says the government objects to the probation department considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Okay, Leah, that's interesting, right? So first of all, as I mentioned before, the probation department recommended 7 years. It seems, if I'm reading this correctly, I'd like to think that I am, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems the judge is characterizing the victims in this case in a certain way, and that could be a sign of where the judge may be going with this sentence.
I think so as well. I think just from the court of public opinion, a lot of people deemed Cassie to not be a victim because she received a check, right? That was a lot of the testimony, that was a lot of the cross, rather, when we were in the trial. Oh, Cassie's fine. Cassie received $20 million. This other individual, Jane Doe, she's fine. She's receiving benefits of travel and lavish and luxury. So in that sense, it kind of feels like the judge is like, well, yeah, they're victims, but kind of, but not really. But if he keeps the same idea in mind, I'm expecting to get a sentence even less than 5 years. It kind of seems that the judge is like, well, yes, there's a conviction, and yes, there was sex work that was prostitution and transporting across state lines, but these victims were kind of coerced, but kind of not.
By the way, I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes this happened during our live streams. The court almost answers the questions we're getting involved in. It's kind of shocking to say the least, but Joe, update from court, the judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And by the way, what anybody thinks about it, it's still a crime. It's still a crime, and it's a crime that he was convicted of. And it's one of the reasons why it seems the judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the conviction. So the fact that he's like, no, they are considered victims. They are victims under the law. Does it tell you anything, Joe?
Well, it's a difficult thing because on the one hand, Diddy's got this apologetic letter. He wants to be able to make a presentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, his attorneys are doing what they have to do, saying that Cassie's not a victim. Like, get your head wrapped around that. Like, here's Diddy. I'm sorry, but they're not victims. There's an argument that that's not a good look. And if I was his attorneys, I'd be doing the same thing, et cetera, because that's what they're doing. But technically speaking, the best way, he's taking responsibility. A week after getting a decision that says that, no, these are crimes that you should have been convicted of, and there was plenty of evidence here when he said that there shouldn't have been. So he's got to talk out of two sides of his mouth, and he's constantly doing it even now. But it does suggest that the judge is not necessarily going to be easy on him, or at the very least, the judge is saying, yes, these are victims. For our purposes, this is not a victimless crime.
Sierra, before we take a quick break, for anybody who doesn't know, you're outside the courthouse. Any movement, any activity? What are you seeing out there? What's the scene like? Because again, all eyes right now are on that federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting. Since the beginning of our live stream just about an hour ago, I said things seemed pretty calm out here. I mean, there's a crowd, there's reporters up and down the street, but I was basically saying it's pretty calm. It's interesting that as we've been talking over the past hour with Aaliyah and Joe, all of a sudden I'm starting to hear cheering behind me. I'm starting to see more and more people. I feel like every time I turn around, the crowd behind me outside of the courthouse has grown bigger exponentially. So the crowd is getting bigger, as the day goes on. And I think as we're talking about everything that's going on inside the courthouse, everybody wants to know, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's everyone saying? When's the sentencing coming down? And so you can kind of feel it in the air. People are cheering. People are excited. We want to know what's going to happen.
Yep, that is exactly what we want to know what happened. So before I send you guys off, Aaliyah, I'll start with you. What do you think we're getting for a sentence?
I'm still standing at my 5 to 7. I think that unless we consider the sexual assault guidelines and those those are any type of enhancements that might be considered. I think 5 to 7 sounds about right. We're splitting the baby. We're not letting him get off easy. We're going to give him time served, but he is going to go to jail and serve more than 14 months.
So as the judge is looking over this pre-sentencing report that was prepared in anticipation of the sentencing, Joe, I go to you. What do you think?
I think he's going to get to something similar, but I think he's going to lean toward a higher side of that. So I think he's going to get six or more. I'm pretty certain he's not going home today. I'm pretty certain he's not going home in the next couple of years. But at the same time, I think this judge will acknowledge precedent on some level, and so he won't deviate too far from the sentencing guidelines. But I think he'll land on the higher end of it. So maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years, 6 plus.
Aaliyah Roberts, Joe Richardson, thank you both so much for coming on. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We're going to bring on Alexis Rosenberg. We're going to bring on Tyler Bailey. We are live right now with full coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, and we will bring it to you here in real time. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. Be right back right after this.
Like the video. Please hit subscribe. Let's continue. Hit the subscribe button. Let's continue.
Contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilt full-throatedly, including after trial. By the way, I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Just put that aside. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues, that is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one-book rule, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says we can address that. Combs' attorney Alexander Shapiro says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. Judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is so legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. Judge says, I'll hear from the government. Government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me, goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court because the judge has said that he's doing this as him full-throttedly, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home. They're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims. Hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months, so the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Remember, they were asking for about 7 years, the probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years, but they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case, and that asking for basically a walkaway. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is leaning, based on what you just read, towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony, and he was convicted related to that.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put forward by his defense attorneys in filings leading up to the sentencing. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. That's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here. That it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person. That it was the amount of times that this was done, and now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
Well, my prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it, using the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby. And I think the judge will give some weight to the acts of violence. But the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of. But he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavic and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out. If that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse. I mean, I'm
This Sprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans.
Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Am I hearing that correctly? He's trying to book events to speak at next week, assuming he's getting out. Like the video. Like the video. There's about 190 in the building. Don't forget to hit subscribe. 190 in the building. The likes should match the views. Double tap the screen, you guys. If you're watching from a phone, double tap the screen to hit the like. Thumbs up above the video, below the video. Let's continue. What?
in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
You know, it's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you talked to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, you know, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, you know, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, you know, his story about everything, and I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, that is, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, you know, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing, and I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. You know, that he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. You know, he talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all, and I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free, and he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, you know, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really nothing, Burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull him one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
But it's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution, that's an enhancer, that's an aggravator, it's part of an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone they wouldn't have filed the charges against them, they would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the transportation, it's up to 10 years per count. So we're talking 20 years is the max that of what he's looking at. But I mean, I don't think he's going to get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7. We've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also, we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspect. I mean, specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he was going to release him post-conviction. So, I mean, when they're saying that, like you were saying, the crossover, that the fact that he was acquitted doesn't take away from some of the allegations supporting that violent aspect.
Now they're talking about comparable cases and all that. Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that, I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court, where he describes he's been reading, writing, working out, attending therapy, teaching a free game business course to inmates, sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I hit rock bottom, but I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. Disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy. Going to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read Sean Combs' mind, but I can tell you what the law is. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay? Problem is,
like the video,
presented during the course of the trial, he committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes after that video. I mean, what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York? Evidence of freak-offs or wild king nights. There are people who looked at that video and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe he's sincere. So if we're talking about what he can say, what he can do in court, to really fight for his life after he's already been convicted. Are there lessons from that video? Is that video going to play a role here? What do you take away from it, Tyler?
I think the video will play a role. It's out there, and it's in the public domain, and Mr. Combs has said that, and he's essentially saying the same thing now in his letter to the court, where he apologized, took responsibility, said that he rehabilitated himself. He's in jail doing the right thing now. And I think the judge is going to make a decision that takes all of that into consideration. Now, he has been in jail for 14 months. He just went on trial for his life. So this has not been a cakewalk for him. And being in jail is not easy for anybody. And so I think the court has a tough call to make here. But I do think that, the letters from inmates, him having an impact on their lives, I do think that the judge is going to say he has some redeeming value in the future of his life, but that doesn't mean that he escapes responsibility. There has to be some sort of accountability, and I think the court is going to be very aware of that in the sentence that they hand out. And I don't think they're going to let this be something where he just walks out immediately after being processed.
Oh, we got a poll up. How are you feeling as we wait? 52% say here for the trauma, 22% say anxious, 17% say hopeful, and 9% say angry. I think that's a good kind of summary of the feelings of this case. Alexis, how much can a defendant's statements in court affect a sentence when there is no pro forma sentence. There is no mandatory, this is life in prison. It really doesn't matter what anyone says. There's a lot of room here. There's a lot of discretion. How much does it matter? How much does it affect what the defendant says?
Well, first, if I was taking the poll, I'd have to.
Let me know in the comments. Will he get over 5 years? Press 1. Will he get over 10 years? Press 2. Let me know in the comments. Or time served. Let me know in the comments. Let's continue to get the likes up. There's about 192 in the building. If I can get 192 people to hit that subscribe button and hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Like the video as you guys come in. The like should match the views.
Drama too. But secondly, I you know, that is taken into consideration. But I mean, some of these statements that he's making, as well as this letter from the inmates, I'm not buying what they're selling with the letters from the inmates. I have a concern that those letters were made because these inmates possibly think that when they get out, there'll be some benefit to them, you know, making that once Diddy is out. So I'm not buying what they're selling there. But the court does take into consideration that. But what they're really looking for from the defendant.
Be kind in the comments. You can go over to your page and do videos if you want to do videos. Be kind in the comments. Go to your page.
Is that he has remorse, that he acknowledges what he has done is wrong, and that he wants to move forward in a positive and be a productive.
When we say we create personalized
like the video, fair use reaction clip. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Continue to like the video, hit subscribe. Thank you. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
So, I mean, that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have gone clean in jail and went right back out, start using again. So that, you know, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims, that he's going to go out and he's going to be living, you know, free and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin, but yeah, they're going to be looked at, but it's, you know, it's a balancing act.
By the way, you know, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about, 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate, that there would be no reason to deviate from that. That also saying that the guidelines allow a fine of $25,000 to $250,000. He's going to prison? Is that what we're saying? He's going to prison for several years? Is that what we're saying, Tyler?
Well, it sounds like the court has indicated that he's going to jail. I think the sentencing guidelines here and the report that we received from probation clearly show that he hasn't given the sentence yet. But it seems like he's accepting the recommendation, and Mr. Combs is going to be spending some time in jail.
By the way, we got some commentary about this. In the federal prison system, do you have to serve 85% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole? How does it work? Do you know?
It depends. I do think he'll be eligible for early release.
Okay.
With these two counts.
Interesting. All right. We got a super chat question, Sierra. I'm going to go to you. This is from Christina Lester. Second super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you so much. Has Sean Combs been subject to any drug testing while in jail?
Good question.
Christina, this is such a good question because as we know, now in P. Diddy himself talking to the court, he says, I've been sober for the first time in decades. I've had, reform. I've learned a lot while I've been in jail. So the question mark here is, has he been subjected to drug tests? Well, there's no definitive reporting on that. I think it's definitely possible. But what I will say is, if you recall, P. Diddy trying to make bail not once, twice, 3 times, he kept going back wanting to make bail over and over. And multiple times we reported it right here on Law and Crime. It was denied. However, what I do want to note is that Diddy himself offered, when he was making these bids for bail, yeah, okay, I'll take drug tests weekly if that's something that you want to make sure that I'm sober. I'm willing to do that. So I think it's really interesting that when he was hoping to, get bail, he said, I will do these drug tests voluntarily. Now he's saying he is sober. So has he been doing drug tests behind bars? Unclear, but I guess I would tend to believe that maybe he is sober based on his voluntary drug test that he said he would do.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Sorry I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because there's proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned, was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at the sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward with my life in a whole different manner. Now, being in prison in jail is going to change you. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change him for the better. He is, like you mentioned, Jesse, very charismatic. And, people tend to at least initially like him. So, I mean, I don't know if he's changed. In my opinion, I would say that he's not a changed person. I am not so sure that he's going to move through life as this quote-unquote saint. But proof, we can't have proof. It's not like we can do a lie detector test, and even if you did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly is changed. As well as he may think he's changed, in reality he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle of justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, it's also taking into consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do. And that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation of sentencing from family, from inmates. What is the main theme that you're seeing, the people who support Sean Combs or ask for leniency? What are they saying?
I think the main through line throughout all of this is that Diddy has learned his lesson. And I'm speaking on behalf of these letters of support for P. Diddy, basically saying he knows what he did was wrong. He learned his lesson. He's served his time so far for over the past year at MDC Brooklyn, and he's changed. This was a mistake. He is different now. And of course, talking about all the positive attributes that he has. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about P. Diddy today, because he's famous. And how did he become very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public as a celebrity. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, there's, images, of him with his family, showing him being a dad. They're saying he is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, been a runner historically in the past, saying that he's dedicated to things that are bigger than himself. And so those letters of support, it's really things like that, saying he has changed. He's not going to do it again. He's a good person and he deserves to be out with his family.
You look at the letter from Sean Combs that was submitted to the court, and maybe something that will be, echoed in his statement to the court. He says, this is to the judge, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children. I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
So let's say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely, if he even won the appeal for whatever reason, he would be recharged or there would be a new trial with the same charges.
Interesting you asked that question. We get great questions from our viewers. But Tyler, got a question now from Trish Lancaster, who asks, could he be retried for the charges he wasn't convicted of if new evidence comes to light?
No, he can't be retried. That's double jeopardy. He's already been acquitted of those charges that he wasn't convicted.
Continue to hit the like button. Please thumbs up the video. Don't forget to subscribe. There's about 136 in the building. Please subscribe and thank you.
Picked it up so he won't stand trial for those again.
By the way, great movie.
He can't be charged with those same charges.
You ever seen the movie Fracture? Great movie. I encourage everybody to check it out. Talk about double jeopardy and what can be introduced. Just encourage everybody to check it out. It's a really good one. All right. So we have a poll up. What's next for Diddy? 32% say who cares. 28% say total cancellation. 22% a rebrand and quiet return. 18% say business as usual. Sierra, we talked about this before, about what can we expect from Diddy, depending upon the sentence, and if he's released. What do you think of that poll?
I think the poll is interesting. The fact that majority say who cares.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
To the other half of the poll, the cancellation, or maybe he'll come quietly. From what I know about Diddy, I don't know of him being quiet. That's not really something that he does. He goes big or he goes home. And in this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, But thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading from People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested.
You
It was
got
the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway, excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor Slavic says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to explain why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be several years in prison. Because again, we go back to something. There are people who look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution? But the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at great length, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some level to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we have a situation that we have this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run-of-the-mill, somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts. And it was surrounded with such a violence. And we have this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, LaRob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who have prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue our live coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're thinking, you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge is taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range. But what extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do? What do they need to say in order to maybe get some sort of leniency from the judge?
Well, they need to make an argument for deviating. That's the big thing they need to do. Deviating from the proposed recommendation and the guidelines, even though the judge said he sees no reason to essentially deviate from the proposed recommendation. That's one. I do think they need to draw a fine line between taking responsibility and accountability and still attacking some of the prosecution's tactics and how they're trying to use these acts that were charges that he was not convicted of and twisting the Mann Act, which he was convicted of. That's going to be their best bet, and reminding the judge that this sentence should be one for the charge that he was convicted of, not for the charge he was acquitted of. And they're going to give weight to the acts of violence, but if you're looking at a 100 scale from 0 to 100%, there's no way the judge should give 100% credit to those acts of violence because he wasn't convicted of those charges. It should probably be more appropriately 40% and under. Even though they happened, it was trauma. The jury was a true arbiter of this, and they found him not guilty of those charges.
Alexis, if the judge sentences him to 7 years or 11 years or what have you, as opposed to 14 months, which is what the defense has been asking for, can they appeal that sentence? What do you think the likelihood of successfully appealing that sentence would be? I mean, do you think the judge, if he were to sentence Sean Combs to significant prison time, that there's an argument this was excessive?
If we were going to sentence him to 7 to 11, I don't think there's an argument for that, because I mean, first of all, I think that we're going to land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument to say that that it was an excessive sentence. I mean, nobody is talking the 20 years. That is the possibility. So we're well below that. Obviously, the judge will have to do the sentencing and stay within the requirements to substantiate his order of whatever he does. Otherwise, people could be saying that.
Sierra, I go to you real quick on this. The scene outside is interesting, but for anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously we talked about you haven't seen Kanye yet, but there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Yes, I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who are inside. We read at the beginning of the live stream, I believe, that he threw a kiss to his mother, so he's been kind of in conversation with them, at least from afar, eye contact, things like that. I did hear reports that the Punisher was here. However, I personally have not seen him. But I do know there's a pretty big crowd behind me. There's a lot going on over there. Those are the main people that I've heard of. However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense. So there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this, Tyler. The judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the convictions. The defense had made it a series of arguments about how archaic this law was, problems in the way it was prosecuted, prejudice by the evidence that was introduced. The judge denied it. And just a quick point of what the judge said, the government at trial presented overwhelming evidence of Combs' guilt under the Mann Act, meaning the transportation to engage in prostitution. On many occasions, with respect to both Ventura and Jane, the government proved its case many times over. To any modern reader, the plain meaning of prostitution is sex for sale, because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there was a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping. He overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution and acts of sex. There was some voyeurism there, but there was clearly prostitution going on, whether it's money paid to people to have sex with the victims, or Mr. Combs engaging in the sexual activity as well. And there could still be an argument that him being a voyeur and there being money exchanged was still prostitution. So nowhere near surprised that the judge did not throw out those 2 counts.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you believe Diddy will get retried? So let's put aside the argument we've been talking about so many times on double jeopardy grounds. He's not going to be retried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
So this is a great question. So a lot of people don't realize this, that you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case,
there's about 160 in the building. Please hit subscribe. Continue to hit the thumbs up. The like should match your views. Double tap the screen for the like as you come in. Hit the thumbs up above the video, below the video. Hit the thumbs up. Thanks for being here, everyone. Like the videos, you guys come in.
We do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but we do, a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these two counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis Sierra's going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only, 29% say victim impact statements, 28% say the leaked hotel video, Cassie, and 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victims' impact statements here because they were traumatized and clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration, the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's a judge, gets paid big bucks and wears a black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bellier, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us, so stay with us here on Law and Crime. This could be a full-day sentencing hearing.
Like the video, fair use, reaction clip. Like the videos, you guys come in. Let's continue.
All of the major players, including,
You know, from my term, to make an example that question, if Diddy, super chat question from JRiz87, thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Great question.
It is being reported that the children were very emotional. The twins were very emotional in court.
And I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand.
Okay, update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence, and Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities, so seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they get, they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He's going to serve 85%.
85% of that. Okay.
Minus the jail credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture of us for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside because, of course, we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people, I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically. Going to you, Saf. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way, we also have another... Sure. And it makes sense because, right, they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now as they're having these dispositive conversations, judges to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand out his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, where does he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his police residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, and as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marietta, Florida. And if he wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he was released.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can't he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no, but there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There's about 139 in the building. Please hit subscribe and thank you. Continue to hit the like. The like should match your views. Continue to hit the like button as you come in. Let's continue. Fair use. Good afternoon, everyone.
In that case, Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute the referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these two convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense, the defense is saying he should receive
Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from.
Never give in to compromise.
Like the video, like the video. There's about 109 in the building. Please hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release, and depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I could cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But, where is it? Okay, I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desired. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. And he talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change, man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit
Let's
down
continue. Fair use.
Trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way, and I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure, that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense. If this case goes up on appeal and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand out the sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen? What's your view of Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all. 32% never liked him. 19% say completely. And 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your view?
I think it's an interesting poll, right? To show that a lot of people, it seems as though their, opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed. And maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about, since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted was November of 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following law and crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom or hotel room, rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people, that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people, by and large, don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge. Maybe not necessarily.
Like the video. There's about 144 in the building. What do you think it will be? Less than 5 years, over 5 years, or 10 years? What will the judge decide? Fair use? Please hit subscribe. Continue to hit the like button.
Maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about him.
Let's continue.
He's going to have to serve a day for a day.
Yep.
85% if he does get above 14 months.
Hey, Safa, here's a question for you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can. At this point, Mr. Combs has been convicted, and so now, if the judge not the judge, but if Mr. Trump wanted to, he could certainly consider a pardon for Mr. Combs.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him. So I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service?
Hold on. Like the video.
Police officers here.
Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law. And obviously, no judge wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed, the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. Hey, you're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I would be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claim transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet, but look at this. What it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day, they blame, they excuse, they watch television, they do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful, I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not, the best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real, I think it is significant, and I think the judge may comment on it, but if not, you can expect a case manager down the road to be influenced. If he continues to do it, it just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself and Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court, and so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, And you know they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with a sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology video that came out after the Cassie tape was published by CNN. A lot of people didn't buy it. They didn't believe him. He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out. What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion here?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility.
Welcome to Roller Derby 101.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Please hit the subscribe button. There's about 168 in the building. Please hit the subscribe button. Continue to get the likes up. Thanks for getting the likes up, you guys. Thank you.
I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there is a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right, the impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world, and any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? You shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this.
So now we're about to get court updates. Like the videos, you guys come in. There's about 109 in the building. We're about to get the court updates. Like the videos, you guys come in. There's about 109. Please hit subscribe. Let's go.
How Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing. But I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MTC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were bringing about, or they were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium and sit near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shur, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's, the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love, deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that the missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself, too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know, the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment. It's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Malin Borbin, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team and panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work. So, and super chat question from Mike. What's the update? Well, I think Elizabeth just laid out the entire update. I will ask you this. There was a question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of 5 to 7 years?
Yes, and so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so because there are 12 months in a year, I'm having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see it possibly being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think especially in terms of the judge's tone today when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's death is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily...
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. There's about 165 in the building. Please subscribe. Continue to get the likes up. The likes should match the views. Let's continue. What happened in court today?
Has his decision already made, but if I were to have my guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure. Possibly.
Yeah, so we have a question also, and I apologize if you answered it before, but it's this is from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside. He's wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different
Like the video. Like the video.
from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the NBC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her, she was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing. They called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind. But I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down, and also.
So with Mia being fearful of speaking, does that show something to the judge? Mia being fearful to speak up in court today, does that show something to the judge? Like the video, like the video. There's about 148 in the building. Let me know what you think about Mia. Do you think he'll get less than 5 years? Press 1. Do you think he'll get over 5 years? Press 2. Do you think he'll get over 10? Press 3.
Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar on everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Dante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll come back, and we'll continue to provide live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing day. Stay with us.
Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. What do you guys think is going to happen? What's going to transpire? Like the video as you guys come in. Like the video as you guys come in.
Bottom range and the top range for these charges. And being someone who's visited clients in prison, being somebody who's represented clients in these cases, be it a state court or federal criminal defense cases, every day in custody is equivalent to 1,000 days here in the free world. So we talk about numbers, we talk about months, we talk about years, somewhat cavalierly. But when you're facing that time, and you have to do that time, all of those days, months, years, hours, and minutes and seconds count. And it's something not to be taken lightly.
Now, Justin, I'm going to have to jump into the conversation, but I also want to read you something. I want to read you a paragraph from Sean Combs' letter to the court. He may echo similar statements when he provides a statement to court today. For over a year, I've been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows, there's no natural clean air, there's no sunlight. We all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Again, I'm not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there, why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be in prison. It is harder to be in that facility. Most people would say, I'd rather endure 2.5 years in a minimum security camp, 3 years than 1 year at MDC. I think that accounts for something. To the comments about children, I'm hopeful that the judge does look at the collateral consequences that follow for his life. Because whether he gets 70 months, 87 months, or 14 months, or the 11 years, this is a lifelong stain that he needs to work to overcome, indeed for his children too. So I'm hopeful, because I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months, or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He can be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children, and I think the video and these letters can be impactful, and that's what good mitigation should do, address all of these collateral consequences, because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank JP Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up. So if you have questions about the case of sentencing, please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in New York per se, but you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge, because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people for prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the four corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex.
I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there's just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in the courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see that we're not, in my opinion, looking at 11 years for this particular charge.
So, by the way, I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening in court. The afternoon session is back. The judge is back. Sean Combs is back. Apparently, he did a prayer gesture, blew a kiss toward his mother, Janice Combs. It looks like we're going to hear more from the defense. By the way, Rich, you go to letters that the prosecution has submitted. Deontay Nash, who was the stylist who testified for the prosecution, In his letter, true change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. He goes on to say, Judge, this is not a good man. You know what's interesting about that is earlier today, Judge Subramanian made the comment that it appears that Sean Combs is not really denying what he did or not accepting responsibility for what he did, the transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if the judge is going to be persuaded by a letter like this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the theme I was talking about remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And this goes to remorse and regret. So Sean Combs has repeatedly taken responsibility for the one videotaped act of violence against Cassie, which he sort of had to because it's captured on video and it's horrific. And he has taken responsibility. He's apologized for that, and he apologizes for it in the letter. And in the letter to the judge, he sort of vaguely takes responsibility, and he says he'll never commit another crime, but he doesn't specifically take responsibility. Now, juxtapose that with his courtroom strategy, which was, as the judge said, a full-throated defense against the charges he was ultimately convicted of, arguing today that the victims aren't really victims of this account of these crimes and shouldn't be allowed to speak. And it's hard to reconcile someone who says, I'm remorseful and regretful, with a legal posture that says he didn't commit these crimes and there weren't any victims. And I think the judge is struggling with that a little bit. Anybody can, on the eve of sentencing, say, I'm sorry and I've changed. So the question is, are they really sorry, and have they really changed, or is that just performative? And there's at least some concern in this case that is performative.
By the way, we have an update in court. They're back, right? So judge has asked Mr. Steele. Judge has said, Mr. Steele, Brian Steele has said, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. Sierra Gillespie, you're outside that courthouse. You've been providing updates about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Aside from the fact that Dr. Hendricks, who we had on earlier, actually paid you a visit in downtown court, what are you seeing? Has the feeling changed outside the courtroom as we're coming now to the second half of the day?
Yeah, it was so cool, first of all, to see Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, because as you know, Jesse, most of our guests we know virtually. So all the guests we have on today, I know them, but I've never met them in real life. So that was cool to have him in studio and here. And I guess it's kind of a symbol of what we've been seeing, right? More people have been coming here as the day stretches on. And that's kind of what we said at the start of the day, right? We don't know how long this could go. It could be really quick, it could be long. And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening, and I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges and what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering, or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking. What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has 2 convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20. So the tops is 20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket, that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max you truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life and talk about what impact he could have outside of prison. Do you think that there has been situations during the course of the filings leading up to sentencing and comments that have been made today where it seems there's a lack of appreciation for what he was convicted of? I mean, Sierra reported about it too. We talked about it earlier. He, booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not sure I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adonde's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win could be the judge considers it enough to sentence on the lower end. I am convinced the only reason he gets the shortest sentence possible is if the judge is a believer and buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. That is what moves me most, and I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claim he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim in a greater sense than other statements?
You would hope that the judge is weighing all statements and placing the appropriate amount of gravitas or weight on those statements.
So what do y'all think about Cassie's statement? What do you think about Cassie's statement? And still let me know in the comments. Do you think he'll get less than 5 years? Press 1. Over 5 years? Press 2. Over 10 years? Press 3. What do you think about Cassie's statement? Let me know in the comments. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. There's about 115 in the building. Continue to hit the subscribe button and hit the like. Thank you.
Credibility, the evidence, and in the context of the charges, as well as the person he's potentially being sentenced. So I think her words, certainly carry a lot of weight. She was essentially the government's star witness and testified in front of the judge, so he's able to judge her and her words and on his own basis, from having watched her testify on the stand and go through, I believe it was 4 days of testimony and being cross-examined too. So I hear her words, it's clear those are very strong words, a lot of passion, a lot of pain in those words. And Sean Combs has acknowledged, what his conduct may have caused for her and paid for it with now a conviction, as well as in a civil case, a lot of money. Obviously, given the judge's comments and remarks earlier, that's not enough to foot the bill. So there appears that there's going to be some more additional prison time that Sean Combs is going to owe to society before he can get on with his life.
Dante, I know we have to sign you off in a little bit, so I want to ask you one more question. This is a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Thank you so much, Bravado Agency. Really, really appreciate it. This is your second super chat question, I believe. Many celebrity cases, Dante, in recent years, Weinstein, Cosby, R. Kelly. Is it important to judges to handle these more carefully, or is it just another case? That's a good question.
Well, justice, they say Lady Justice is supposed to be blind. But if you've gone through the criminal justice system or been a part in any way, that's far from the truth. So I think celebrities' cases do get some special handling in some ways that are positive and some ways that are negative. Positive in the sense that judges know that they're well-heeled. They have attorneys who are looking at everything like a hawk and ready to appeal or challenge any decision that they think is unfair or not based in the law as they see it. The same side, on the flip side, I should say, judges are where the public is looking. And so if a judge is to give a slap on the wrist to a celebrity, there could be a lot more social criticism and critique about the judge's decision. And so the judge is in a position where he knows the public is looking, and he's also in a position where he knows the defense attorneys are also looking. So I think celebrity cases on balance do get some special consideration. At the same time, when you run afoul of the law in this way, and there is a heightened media attention around the case, puts the judge in a position where they don't have as much wiggle room as they otherwise might have in other people's cases.
Dante Pointer, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. You guys, take well.
All right. So Rich, let me go to you on something here. We're getting updates from court. What Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, has been saying to the court, says, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guards stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. So really talking about the dire consequences he's in at the MDC. But this part's interesting to me. It's something he said before. Please consider the following 2 reasons I believe we're here. Untreated trauma, great trauma in Sean's life, and a ferocious drug addiction that got out of hand. I don't want to say that they're excusing what he was convicted of, but is that trying to provide an explanation that may not work to their benefit?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to remind the judge the whole story of Sean Combs, that what he came from and what he accomplished, and that independent of all of these things that bring him to trial, he has done some genuine great acts for people that are documented in some of the things we've seen in the past few days. He really has done some things in the public interest. He is the product of a troubled home, including the death of his father, and he very clearly has been a drug addict. Now, drug and alcohol addiction does not generally get you a reduced sentence. There are situations in the criminal justice system where you might get sentenced to a drug or alcohol program in response to some crime you committed, like drunk driving, but this isn't that situation. This is sustained criminal conduct over a period of time that was in part affected by the drug consumption, and it offers some explanation, but it's not an excuse. It doesn't get him off the hook. It doesn't get him out of jail. But I don't think it's a problem having some sort of context. I do find it interesting. Brian Steele was the most recent member of Diddy's very extensive, very excellent legal team, and him taking personal ownership of how he knows Diddy and how he's come to know it. I think that's a tough sell when he's really only known him in the latter stages of this case myself.
That's a fair.
I have some thoughts on the drugs, if I can.
Yes, Justin.
Okay, so the probation report is very important. You see how much this judge has referenced the probation report, the guidelines. So it is essential to have an accurate probation report, especially if he goes to prison. I've been to prison, and they'll say the PSR is the Bible in prison. So any history of substance abuse or alcohol trauma needs to be reflected in that report. Also, in the federal prison system, there is a program called the Residential Drug Abuse Program, where if you are eligible, and I'm not sure if his crime makes him eligible, if you complete the program, you can get 12 full months off of your sentence. And part of the reason you get that reduction is because if you are less inclined to drink or do drugs, you're less likely to recidivate. So it can certainly be a mitigating factor. In my experience, if he says, I was once an addict, I no longer am, that could help convey this judge, okay, he could be less likely to reoffend if he is no longer going to engage in this conduct. And certainly a probation officer will help ensure through drug testing and visits that he's no longer doing. There'll be restrictions, whatever the sentence is. So it's essential that it be on the record, and it's even better for him to say, in this environment, we're at MDC where there are drugs, there are alcohol, there is no doubt that I have avoided that conduct and I'm healthy and I'm getting healthier every single day. I believe it to be a mitigating factor.
Now, Sierra, I'm going to get to you in a minute. I just want to let everybody know we have an update from court. Brian Steele says he lives with 25 people in one room. This is very similar to what Sean Combs had said in his letter. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He is not taking drugs. There's violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Super chat question for you, Rich. This is from Andre King, or Andrek King. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Is the judge, or will the judge take into consideration Cassie was paid $30 million?
I think the judge could, on the limited issue of assessing what Cassie had to say about this. And also remember, Cassie is a victim. I think she is technically a victim of the Mann Act violations.
She is.
Really,
she is, correct.
But really, she's more of a victim of the counts for which he was found not guilty, right? She was a victim of the sex trafficking count and of the RICO count. So he may have to discount it on that basis a little bit. He may have to discount it if the judge had any credibility issues, including the fact that she was compensated in a civil settlement for this. And by the way, as I understand it, the prosecutors got interested after they saw that civil settlement. It's not like she said, no, I don't want the money. I want to go to the authorities and have them prosecute this case. So the judge could take those circumstances into consideration, but only on that limited issue of how meaningful is her statement.
Sierra, I want to go to you. We have a poll that we put up where it says, what are you paying most attention to in this case? 80% say the sentencing itself, 10% say Diddy, 7% say victims' voices, 3% public reaction. I think that's a good encompasses so many different things, but what are you most paying attention to in this case?
I think that makes sense though, right? We're all paying attention to the sentencing, right? That's why we're all here. The culmination in everything that we've been following from the start, the fact that Cassie filed her lawsuit initially, the first one that I always go back to and say was the bombshell, really broke the floodgates. We all have been paying attention really since then. Then, of course, the federal raids at Diddy's home, that I believe was March 2024, September 2024. Now we finally have a couple of the charges come down. So that poll to me makes sense because this is the resolution, right? If we're going back to, I guess, high school when we have intro to conflict, rising action, climax, now we're heading to the falling action and the solution, which would be the sentence here. And I think that's why everyone's on the edge of their seats, has been watching. Thousands of people have been watching our live stream since this morning when we started at around 10 o'clock, because we all want to know the answer to the question. What is Diddy going to face as far as the sentence? Where is he going to go? What is it going to look like? And I guess, I'm so eager to talk about it because I want to know too.
I think we all do. And when is it going to happen is another question, because we just don't know. That's one of the unknowns for today. And by the way, talking about unknowns, going to you, Justin, what is life? If let me ask you this. If Sean Combs is sentenced to significant prison time in a federal facility, as we talked about earlier, it may not even be in New York. It may be in a place that is near where he could be released to, another state. What does life look like for him in federal prison?
Well, first off, regardless of the sentence today, it's a good day in some ways for the family because you get clarity. It's very difficult waiting and wondering for that number. So regardless, he gets some clarity. Now, he also has this perspective of spending so much time in detention, right? My partner endured it for 1 full year. Then he went to the penitentiary in Atlanta, and despite, the gun towers and the razor coil, he felt free because he was out of detention type setting. So it will be much easier, even if the sentence is longer, once he gets to a low security prison where there might be fences and barbed wire, but you're free to roam. You can go to the track, you can go to recreation, free to walk to the chow hall every single morning. It will be a dorm type setting. You can visit with your family, no partition separating you. It's kind of like visiting in an airport, right? You're around people that you don't know, you have some semblance of privacy. So it will be a much easier environment inside of a low security prison compared to what he's enduring right now. If he goes there, he will form a routine. He will work, he will visit, he will call home. He will most likely have access to email. If not initially, it will come. And he will have ample opportunity outside of programming, like hours a day, to continue to develop this program he has told the court he is developing. Because if he is inside of this prison, I think you know what he wants, Jesse. He wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. The question is, how do you do that? You demonstrate to a case manager that you're a candidate to go directly to home confinement. He needs to stand out. He may need some more liberty down the road from this judge. He's only going to get that if he has a record that shows why. So it can be a very productive experience for him, much easier than MDC, that much I know.
Rich, just to be clear, because the judge denied him bail, because the judge denied his motion to throw out the convictions recently, is that a preview of where the judge may lie when it comes to Sean Combs, that he may throw the book at him, so to speak?
Well, I don't know that one necessarily means the other. Now, obviously, denying his motion to throw out the conviction is a big deal. That means the conviction stands and he has to get some punishment. I would say the fact that he denied bail was indicative to me that he was going to remain in jail, that the judge thought that Sean Combs would be remaining in jail for some period after the sentencing. So that did suggest that to me, but it's not necessarily true, and it doesn't necessarily mean a long sentence. It just means probably a sentence.
Sierra, as we're looking at this, you read the letter from Sean Combs. We played his apology video earlier on. You looked at the compilation video that was put forward. We're all anticipating what Sean Combs will say in court. Obviously, he said a few things during the course of this trial here and there, but this will be his first potentially uninterrupted message to the court. Aside from his letter, what are you going to be looking out for, Sierra?
I think it's going to be emotion, right? That's something we all are interested in. And we've already seen that today. We heard Elizabeth Milner's reports. We've been reading the tweets today. Even Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, was showing emotion. She got choked up and she was crying. I mean, this is something I could expect from his children, which we did see because it's their dad and they want their dad in their lives free, not behind bars. So with Diddy, I can kind of imagine this is one of the most intense days of literally his entire life. The fact that he has been behind bars at MDC Brooklyn for more than a year at this point, and it's possible he could be getting out kind of soon. And I mean, this is Diddy's chance to really have the floor. We saw the apology video kind of a while ago. He's pretty, stern and straight-faced. But as you have pointed out time and time again, Jesse, after that apology video, he then went on to commit more of these alleged, offenses. So it's interesting to have seen that, and then prosecutors say, okay, but after that, he went to commit more crimes. What I'm thinking we're going to hear from P. Diddy is a lot of remorse. I think we're going to hear from him, I've changed a lot. Here are the reasons why. Here is why I deserve a lesser sentence. Here is how I'm going to change. And I really do think it's going to be pretty emotional for him because I've said this before, P. Diddy is a pretty charismatic guy. He's very charming. I mean, there's a reason that so many people were in his orbit, whether that's good or bad. I mean, make your own judgments. I do think that he has kind of an electric personality, and I think he's not afraid of an audience either. So he's going to use this time, take the floor, tell it all, and honestly maybe get a bit emotional too.
Yeah, and I also, as I'm looking at this update from court, Brian Steele says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He's by the phone now, so we'll see where that goes. But, I go to you, Justin, on this. Do you believe, based on what you're seeing and hearing, oh, by the way, one more update. Brian Steele says, October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So referring to the Miami thing. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So again, that Miami event is not a speaking engagement, like he's ready to go on the town and speak and thought he was going to be released. Do you think that it's credible that if he's released, he will be a force for good, that he will help people on the outside? You tell me.
I do. I think the letters from his family and his level of introspection while on the inside forces him to see this differently. And I do think regardless of the sentence, he recognizes this can be a lifelong stain for his family, his young children, or it can be an opportunity for him to say, I made bad decisions, I was held accountable, and as a result of this experience through the system, I want to continue to build and show how I'm part of the solution. It's why I started from a difficult environment in MDC, where I read his lawyer argue that he was nearly shanked and killed in prison. Despite getting nearly shanked and killed, he's building and contributing. So I suspect he will continue to do this work, whatever the sentence is, not just as a strategy to maybe get out of prison earlier or have more liberty on the other side, but because his children are watching and they shouldn't pay the price forever because of some bad choices from their father. So I think he truly gets what's happening, and I think he's used his time in prison to begin building. But he'll be building for the rest of his life.
Rich, update from court. Brian Steele says Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. As we're listening to this, and we're hearing different sides because the prosecution came out earlier and talked about the aggravating circumstances of these crimes, what makes it so egregious, focusing not just on transporting people, but the violence of it. The judge is weighing all this. You wonder what the judge is going to say. You wonder what the judge is going to rule. What do you think a sentence would look like here?
You mean what am I predicting here?
Yes.
Well, I think like most people, I think it's going to be in that 70 to 87 month region because that has been recommended in the pre-sentence report. The judge has already acknowledged that seemed to be the appropriate range because that's in the middle of what the defense is seeking and what the prosecution is asking, because that seems like a serious...
Like the video. There's about 121 in the building. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and thank you. Continue to hit the subscribe button, and thank you. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
Sentence, but not too serious. And you do have to take into account that this case by the government was an effort to put Sean Combs in prison for the rest of his life on some very serious charges. And on the most serious charges in this case, the government lost. The prosecution found him not guilty of racketeering. The jury found him not guilty of trafficking. And I think the judge has to consider that and can't impose a ginormous sentence on him in substitute for the counts in which the defendant prevailed. I don't think that would be. One other comment I'll make just on something you just said, Jesse. I don't know. I think there might be a lot of people who would do 5 years in prison if they came out with Sean Combs' money and power and fame. I actually think that line would be pretty long. So it is a significant sentence if that's what it is, but he still is in running to have the life he has or something akin to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, again, that's what Brian Steele said. He's passionately advocating for his client, even saying just now, some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. These people are wrong. I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would dream of doing. He's punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. He's off the drugs. He's a different person. The drugs affected his thinking. Is he pushing too much in a way where, again, will it appear to the court like they're disregarding what he was convicted of and what he was accused of and what the evidence presented at trial?
Certainly, you could argue there could be a little more focus on the victims and the impact on their life. It's an interesting dynamic because he's essentially saying, I accept responsibility while still maintaining the right to an appeal, and the judge commented on that. Arguably, probably maybe get a shorter sentence than even the guidelines if he said, I'm not appealing, seeking a new trial or an acquittal, I'm just all in, I made bad decisions, Your Honor, I am fully responsible. That certainly could have moved the needle. This lawyer is doing well what lawyers are paid to do. They're paid to focus on the virtues of their client, mitigating factors. The only thing that's helping Mr. Steele make this argument is that I believe Sean Combs has actually begun with evidence. He's begun to do some of this work while in a very difficult setting. If Sean Combs had not done any of this teaching, mentoring of other prisoners, avoiding problems, but more so showing that he can help people there, these arguments would really fall on deaf ears. It would be very, very bad. I went to a sentencing hearing recently, and the judge opened up and said, there's very little evidence to support these claims that you're making about, your client. You're saying it. I don't see it. There's something here that's making Mr. Steele's job measurably easier, but it's his job to focus also on the consequences that Combs is enduring. And this is a different type of crime. White-collar advice was very involved in that Varsity Blues case years ago where all these parents paid to get their kids into school. That was a bad thing, but that was a white-collar crime with sentences from 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, a different stigma than this crime, which is more than ever he's got to demonstrate what he's learned, why this will never happen again, and how through my platform, I'm going to influence millions of people moving forward. This is as much about his children, their legacy, how it will impact them, as it is his. Because even if he gets 87 months with good time served, it's not a life sentence. But it could be for his children if he doesn't continue to embrace the right message.
So, Sierra, got a question from Becky Bellata. How many people are allowed to speak on his behalf before Diddy speaks?
Good question.
This is an interesting question. Actually, Elizabeth Milner, when she was out here before, her and I were talking about this, and we were like, we both have worked at law and crime for multiple years. We have never seen a sentencing like this. Usually we've got the prosecution, one person, defense, one person, maybe some victim impact statements, and there you have it. However, Elizabeth and I were both commenting saying, we haven't seen something like this. There's so many people that just keep coming and coming and coming. So honestly, it's out of the norm from something that I've seen. To be fair, I do usually cover state cases versus federal. And I believe it was Adante earlier who said it does take a bit more time when we're talking about a federal sentencing rather than state. And I know that Diddy's team is going to want to make sure that they're putting forth the best argument possible. I don't think there's any sort of specific number, a limit. I do believe the judge could say something if it gets to be too crazy long. But at this point, I'm just kind of waiting to see what Diddy himself has to say, because he's going to want to speak.
And look, Brian Steele is still raising some of the defenses that the defense put forward in their filings leading up to this. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Rich, it seems that they're echoing some of the statements and arguments they made why the conviction should have been thrown out. Ultimately, that was denied. Maybe he seems to be echoing some of the concerns they have about what evidence is being considered by the judge in sentencing. Is it a little too late? Should they be arguing this? Is this for the record for purposes of appeal?
Is this mine? Sorry.
This is you, Rich. Sorry.
Okay. So what I don't think they want to do is argue to the judge that there's any problem with the conviction. That's for appeal. You don't want to do that at sentencing. That's not your argument. The conviction's wrong. I shouldn't have been convicted. I didn't do it. Those are bad arguments at sentencing and will irritate a judge in the wrong direction. Now, some of the argument is about what can you consider in light of the counts that he was acquitted on. And I think that's perfectly appropriate for the defense to bring into this discussion to make sure the judge is staying focused within the guardrails of looking at the counts that we have a conviction on and not going astray. But they don't want to challenge right now the fact that he was convicted. They can do that later in the Second Circuit.
Yeah, particularly since I will tell you, the judge was keen today to say, hey, there are victims here. There are victims of this crime. You know, it's not just Jane and Cassie, but also the men who were transported as well. Quick final thought from Justin Perperny here. I'm going to read you a poll, Justin. This is interesting. Does Diddy's apology matter at this point? 45% say no, it's too late. 29% say doesn't matter. 14% say yeah, it shows growth. And 12% say maybe if it's genuine. Your thoughts?
Years ago, a few months ago at a conference, I met a judge and I asked her how impactful a sentencing statement is. And she said it can be impactful, but oftentimes I don't see enough evidence from the defendant. It can be a nice statement, eloquent, but if there isn't evidence behind it, it doesn't have the oomph. So his statement will be the most important thing that happens today from the defense side. And it will be impactful because he does have some record from the inside to show that he is different from the government's version of events. He is learning, he is focused on his family, his health, his rehabilitation. He wants to be part of the solution. So I believe his statement will matter because he has a body of work that he can rely on since he's been in prison for the last year. If he didn't do that work, this statement would be utterly useless and something judges are too used to hearing.
Justin Perperny, Rich Schoenstein, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for 2 hours. Really appreciate it. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We have other guests coming on as we continue our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. We'll be right back.
Like the video, like the video. Fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Let's continue.
To have sex, interstitial.
Like the video as you guys come in. Fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in.
His father's name too, but why should it matter to you? Limits the sentencing to what he was convicted of, right? Those two charges.
Like the video as you guys come in. Let's continue fair use.
Inclusive with regard to all these other issues that he was not convicted of. Carosino reporting this could drag into Monday at this point, but it all gets started very soon. Joey Jackson, counsel, you'll be here for all of it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Sarah?
Well, Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing hearing is underway right now in New York City. He's in court alongside members of his family who are there to support him. The disgraced music mogul was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution back in July, and just a short time ago, the judge began to set some expectations around the sentencing, saying he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the advisory sentencing range. Now, that's between just under 6 years to just over 7 in prison. Meantime, Combs' legal team released a documentary-style video ahead of sentencing that includes a montage of clips showing Combs' charity work and his family.
Speaking right there. So a lot to get to on this Friday afternoon, and stay with Live Now from Fox as we will be bringing you all of those developments. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief moment, but Josh Breslow is going to be continuing our coverage right here on all of those major stories. And of course, all of the breaking news on this Friday afternoon.
Legal analyst Laura Coates, who's outside the courthouse right now. So, Laura, interesting that we heard from a judge who said he doesn't see why they should deviate from the advised 6 to 7 years here, which would be a disappointment for the defense, but also for the prosecution as well, who is asking for more time. What is your reaction to this and your reaction overall to what we've heard thus far?
The disparity here is so great. From a request from defense for 14 months, which would get him out of jail by the end of this year, given the time he's already served awaiting trial and awaiting the sentencing, and then 11 years at the higher end. Now, the reason for this is the crux of the matter. The prosecution has been clear. They're aware that he was acquitted of the more serious crimes, RICO and conspiracy, and of course, sex trafficking. Sex trafficking required fraud, coercion, violence to be calculated and factored in for the jury. They rejected that, but they said to the judge, you have to take into account the manner in which the prostitution-related claims were performed, and that includes the violence. That's why they want that higher end. Meanwhile, the defense is saying, acquittal, you can't consider it, and it would be a injustice to do so. Now, where you stand right now is these guidelines. This is kind of a chart, Yana, and what you do is you look at previous convictions, the nature of the crime, factors like that. They're inputted into a kind of a grid, and out comes a particular range. Now, the judge can vary from that, but there have to be some real extraordinary reasons to do so. The prosecution wants the judge to believe the most extraordinary reason for doing so is that they don't believe that he is remorseful. They've used terms like lip service to describe the way that Diddy has talked about himself being a changed man, broken and humbled. They also say that he's victim blaming and shaming, and also trying to present himself as a victim from his own statements in a 3-page letter to the court where he describes the burden of knowing that he will have committed domestic violence for the rest of his life. But domestic violence was not charged here, and what he has been convicted of looks to be likely in the managed expectations within that 5 to 7 year range. And we are still waiting to hear from Sean Diddy Combs, who did not take the stand in his own defense at trial, which is his absolute right to have chosen not to do so. But now he is speaking through this letter. He will speak through his children. He will speak through this documentary-style video that shows him as a family man, somebody who he believes is worthy of a second chance. But let me point out to you, the judge will weigh that and the words of Cassie Ventura, the star witness in this trial. They will hear the statements made by her parents, who have said that 11 years, as requested by the prosecution, is about the same amount of time
at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs. The question will be, what will be the most persuasive element to convince this judge what the ultimate sentence will be? And will it be Sean Diddy Combs' own words today? We will see.
And Laura, before I let you go, just news in the last few minutes of the prosecution responding to what Combs has described as self-reflection, humbling, an opportunity for a new life, and learning from his mistakes behind prison while he's been in prison. Is there a speaking engagement that they say he has set up in Miami in the coming days?
They said that, and jaws essentially dropped. They're alluding and saying that he had such hubris, such arrogance, as to schedule speaking engagements in Miami next week. Now, we don't independently, not really confirmed that he has in fact done that, but the intimation and the statement.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like
open court, that they believe that he assumes he'll be released. A judge will not take kindly to an assumption that this is all performative. Now, given what the defense has argued should be the appropriate sentence, that would not put him out of prison until the end of this year. So I would be shocked if those commitments were actually made. But suffice to say, this is all part of the court of public opinion. And what they are saying is how they view Diddy, which is performative, lip service driven, and not a changed man. And finally, there is a dance that is being played here because, of course, Diddy has his appeal ahead of him. And although we know that he has been convicted by a jury of his peers of 2 crimes, he never is required to admit to guilt. He never has to prove his innocence, and therefore he is holding on to saying that he has not committed even those crimes and has not personally benefited from what they are calling prostitution.
such that he should not be sentenced at the higher end of what Mann Act would require.
All right, you're going to be there for us throughout the day, Laura Coates, and this could be a rather lengthy sentencing hearing that could go even into Monday, according to some of our own reporting. So at least you got some good weather behind you, Laura. Good to see you, my friend.
The little sunny,
sunny day. Yes, exactly. All right, well, let's break down what we've heard so far. Lisa Bonner is an attorney and former litigator. She joins me now. So, Lisa, you heard that conversation there with Laura. The judge had already denied Sean Combs 2 requests to toss out his conviction and be released on bail pending his sentencing. What does that tell us about the judge's mindset, especially knowing what we just reported, that in the judge's opinion, it does seem reasonable to look at a range of 6 to 7 years behind bars per sentencing guidelines?
Yes, good afternoon. The judge has been very consistent, very methodical, and the judge has consistently stated that there have been issues here with respect to the victims in terms of the violence. Although he was not convicted on domestic violence, he has been very clear about the ramifications and effects of the victims, the Sean Combs' effect on the victim's violence and the behavior that he has consistently demonstrated. There has been no remorse. The judge has said that. The judge has also maintained that there could be a possibility of witness tampering during the trial, and also mentioned that in terms of the release. If we let him out, then he might start harassing the victims. So the judge has been very consistent in terms of his thoughts, in terms of where we are going to keep him. We're going to keep him locked up. So I do think that we are looking around the 5 to 7 years, which is what the mandatory or the sentencing guidelines have called for. Again, these are not mandatory sentencing guidelines. They are suggested, but the judge has said, I do not see a reason to deviate from that. So I expect the sentence will be handed down somewhat consistent with those guidelines.
So then how does that factor into the defense's arguments that these were not violent crimes that he was charged and convicted of and with, and that he has no priors?
Well, that's a very great question. At one point, the sentencing guidelines said that you may take into consideration acquitted behavior, which would be consistent of the violence. Then the sentencing guidelines changed last year and stated that is not an issue. However, the judge has looked in the records and looked at a lot of evidence that has been submitted to him, and the judge has agreed that he may take into consideration the acquitted behavior, which is the violence that we have been discussing, and the fact that Cassie has stated repeatedly, I am terrified of this man. He has changed my life with this violence. He is manipulative. He is not remorseful. He has been violent his entire time. I do not see that changing. So considering that the judge may allow that, I do believe that the judge is going to take into consideration the fact that he has been consistently violent, has not shown any remorse, and that will be allowed and factored into that, which the defense is saying, no, I don't want you to consider that. But the judge has said, no, we may consider that, so he is going to take that into consideration, in my opinion.
Elliot Williams, one of our legal analysts and contributors, described what Sean Diddy Combs said both in writing, which I would imagine was heavily lawyered up, and if not written by his lawyers, I'm sure edited by them, as well as apology adjacent. Essentially saying that I have made mistakes in the past, I've learned from them, I'm a changed man. The judge should focus instead on people getting second chances at life, and that he's learned a lot of humility being behind bars. But he hasn't owned up to or confessed to the actual charges. How does that sit with a judge?
Well, that's very interesting from a legal perspective, because Sean Combs has said, I am going to challenge my conviction. I'm going to seek an appeal. So he has to walk that very thin line in terms of admitting the behavior, which would have taken into consideration, I am guilty of using violence. I am guilty of using threats and coercion in this trafficking of in the prostitution transportation conviction. However, the The issue is he cannot really come out and say that. So he has said, listen, I understand that I've done some things and he's consistently challenged his guilt, but he has not admitted or shown absolute remorse for that behavior. So there is a very thin line that Diddy must take into consideration when writing that letter, which was, I agree, apology adjacent, and I do believe that was written by his lawyers as well. So he has to be very careful about stating, I'm sorry for using violence in using the violence with respect to the trafficking, the prostitution. So I don't think there's a lot that the judge is really going to take into consideration with that, because he's a guy should get a second chance. This is akin to sex, drugs, and rock and roll behavior, that type of thing. So it didn't really weigh a lot. And I think the judge already went into the case considering, knowing what he is going to offer, because all of this information was presented to him before and ahead of time. So he's had a chance to look at all of the videos, the letters, the pleas, the victim impact statements. He's had a chance to consider all of that so far.
Yeah, that surprised me too then when I heard that this could well go into Monday, knowing that everything that the judge is going to hear today, he's already heard and read. So I would imagine he's walked in at least with an idea of where he's going to end up landing once he determines just how long he will sentence. Sean Diddy Combs will be covering this all day, of course. Lisa Bonner, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Standing by right now this morning as Sean Combs prepares to learn.
Like the video, There's about 90 in the building. Please hit subscribe and thank you. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Do you think he'll get less than 5 years? Press 1. Do you think he'll get over 5 years? Press 2. Do you think he'll get over 10? Press 3.
Before the sentence is handed down, and new this morning, we're getting a look at the pre-produced video his attorneys plan to play in court that attempts to portray Combs in a more positive light. We're also getting an idea of what he might say to the judge. On the eve of this morning's hearing, he sent a letter to the judge pleading for leniency, saying that in part he has been, quote, humbled and broken to his core. We should note that Combs was acquitted on the most serious charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. CNN's Kara Scannell is live outside the federal courthouse for us. We know we're going to also hear victim impact statements. What are you learning about what will happen this morning? I see the crowd is already showing up behind you.
Yes, Sarah, this crowd started forming even last night as people were trying to get a seat inside the courtroom to witness Sean Combs' sentencing. And we are learning that these presentations from both the prosecution and the defense are expected to take hours. So this sentencing could last all day, and it's possible it could even continue into Monday. And that is because both sides are pushing for strong sentences. The prosecution saying that they're hoping that the judge will sentence Sean Combs to 11 years in prison to reflect what they say is the physical violence that was all part of this transportation for prosecution scheme. He was acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges, but the prosecutors are arguing that his violence and his history of violence and his lack of remorse is something that the judge should consider. They are going to call one of the women who testified at the trial, a former employee of Combs, Mia, who is expected to give an impact statement to say what this has meant to her life as she's trying to recover from what she said was years of physical and sexual assault. Her time speaking is about to last about 5 minutes. We are not expecting to see Cassie Ventura today, the former girlfriend of Combs, who is at the heart of this.
Now we're hearing Mia does not want to make a statement at all. She's concerned, so Mia's not going to make a statement. She was planning to, but now she's not.
She tries to deal still with all the turmoil. But Sean Combs' lawyers, as you said, they're already putting forward some of this presentation to soften his image, to say he's a changed man. They put out a video compilation that they submitted with the judge that they're hoping to play today. That's about 15 minutes long, kind of a this is your life montage. But also Combs is expected to address the judge. He filed a 3.5-page letter to the judge last night in which he was telling him that he is a changed man from his time in jail. He said to the judge, I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The old me died in jail, and a new version of me was reborn. Prison will change you or kill you. I choose to live. He also apologized for the harm and the pain that he has caused the victim. The first time he has done that since all of these allegations came to light. He had said, and specifically to Cassie Ventura, where the jury had seen many times the video of Combs kicking and dragging her on that hotel surveillance tape. He said of Cassie, the scene and the images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. Combs will be speaking to the judge, laying out what his position is. He is hoping to get a sentence of time served, essentially be let out after being in jail for about 12 months since his arrest. His family is expected to be here to support him as they have throughout the trial. But then there will be argument from the attorneys as they're both trying to jockey for their positions. The prosecution wants to send a message. They want to reinforce that they think that Combs is a violent person and should not be walking out of the courthouse anytime soon. Sarah?
Yeah, the wide array of what's being asked for. Prosecutors asking for 11 years. His attorney's asking for 14 months. We will see what happens. I know you will be there. I think, Carrie, you spent more time in court than most lawyers. You know yourself.
Like the video, like the video. Fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Fair use reaction clip. Let's continue. Let's continue.
For Sean Combs, it's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So now we're hearing from Xavier Donaldson. I want to bring back in my new panelists. I'm joined by Serena Townsend, criminal defense attorney, joined once again by Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney, and I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, who's outside that courthouse, our eyes and ears about what's happening there. I want to go to a super chat question that we got from Bravado Agency, and Serena, I'll throw this to you. First of all, Bravado Agency, thank you so much. Thank you for hearing my questions, Jesse. Yeah, you've been great with the questions today. Does considering acquitted conduct in Diddy's sentencing violate his due process and the Sixth Amendment? That's a great question because it was very controversial for the judge to consider conduct that was that supported the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking charges. He was acquitted of those. To consider evidence that supported that, to consider conduct a part of that in the sentencing for transportation to engage in prostitution. In other words, for example, should the judge really consider the Cassie Ventura tape? Is that what decided? Is that what convinced the jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution? Maybe not. It seemed like that was more about sex trafficking than that charge. So is this going to be grounds, whatever his sentence may be, is this grounds for an appellate court to say, hey, listen, Sean Combs' rights were violated? Serena, I throw it to you.
Yeah, technically you're really supposed to focus on convicted conduct and you're really not supposed to go outside of those boundaries. It is very hard to unring those bells. Obviously, people are human, even judges are human, juries are human. And when a judge is considering sentencing, it's very hard to compartmentalize and put aside certain things. Cassie, although her count was technically dismissed, she did partake in and participate in certain events that helped Diddy get convicted. So it's hard to discount her completely. I think it would be a difficult argument to make to say that his rights were completely violated if the judge were to consider any of Cassie's testimony or any of the video, because when all is said and done, these charges are not so cut and dry. They're not so black and white. It's not just a simple assault case. I punch you, you get hurt, and there's a lot of things that go into why he was convicted and for what. So I do think it's a good question, but I also think it's very hard for a judge to totally separate those acts from his final decision.
Joe, got a question from Amanda Altman. If there is a possibility of 20 years, right, because transportation to engage in prostitution, it's maximum of 10 years on each, each charge, he runs them consecutively. Why does there seem to be more of a reason for 5 to 7 years? That's a fair question. Why is that the range, Joe?
Well, typically, particularly on the federal side, the judges often follow the guidelines, and everybody kind of is aware of the guidelines based on someone's past, what they got convicted of, what they've been convicted of, if anything, before. There's certain things that they they put in as part of their calculus to say, based on, the sentencing guidelines, normally someone winds up here, and that's why we hear 5 to 7 so much. But then there's a question as to whether and what facts actually have P. Diddy either going higher than the sentencing guidelines or going lower than the sentencing guidelines. And then, of course, that's where all the argument is, right? Because the defense wants time served, the prosecution wants 11 years. So everybody piles on the things that they think should make us deviate away from the guidelines to the north or away from the guidelines to the south. But the starting point that everyone deviates from on some level is the guidelines themselves that are based on a formula. And that formula, the starting place, is often, they don't stray very far from it. The judges don't, but they can. And the question becomes whether this is a unicorn that allows the defense to get a much lower sentence or allows the prosecution to get a much higher one.
So it's interesting. Xavier Donaldson says to the court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully. You find yourself, I think, saying you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Interesting point to make there. Sierra, you're outside that courthouse. You've been our eyes and ears about what has been happening there since the start of the day, as we're now coming towards the end. So now as we're coming potentially to a sentence, an official sentence, so has the scene changed?
Yes and no. I mean, what's interesting about today is everyone has been relatively low key, and I mean that in the way, yes, we are in the Southern District of New York. We do hear sirens, honking, people yelling, and, general commotion. But by and large, today is much more calm than it was the day of the verdicts back in July when it came down. And I mean, that was a pretty shocking verdict, right? The fact that there was a partial acquittal and we only had these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. So I think it was a huge surprise then. There was the baby oil and lube that people were squirting and yelling. I have yet to see anything like that today. I will say, though, more people are starting to trickle in now that we're getting closer to the end of the day. Maybe it's that people are getting off work early. It's a Friday. They want to see what's going on. Or maybe it's really that people are just getting extra antsy. They want to see what is going to happen. And we're inching closer and closer to P. Diddy, Sean Combs himself, speaking, so we can hear about that, hopefully. And then additionally, when the sentence finally does come down. So generally, it's pretty calm, but there are a decent amount of people who are here.
Yeah, when is that going to happen? It'd be very interesting to see. Serena, Xavier Donaldson says, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. He goes also here in the SDNY, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the NDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Talk about how he's helped so many inmates behind bars. Big question is, did the judge already go in today? I know what I'm going to sentence him to. And it's been changed, potentially, by what he's hearing in court today, particularly from the family members, particularly from the lawyers, both, either from the prosecution or the defense.
In my experience, and I've been on both sides of the aisle as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, just in my experience, typically a judge will show up with some idea of what they plan on doing. In fact, a lot of judges show up with a script of their reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. Now, can they cross out the number and put a different number in there at the end of the day? Sure. That does happen. I've seen that happen as well, and they can be moved by that.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's a good point. Yeah,
I can tell. You can tell.
You
when
can
you're
tell?
there.
You can tell?
You're-
Okay.
Yeah, because you just see the judge saying all these very eloquent things and sometimes reading off a page, and you're like, you came in here prepared.
Well, okay, so that's actually a good point. Let me ask you, if the judge comes back after all this and says,
yeah,
I need 10 minutes, and does that mean that he's changing his sentence?
It could be that they're in the back doing some red lines and some, checking on language. It could very well be. And seriously, it definitely does happen. Because let's be honest, it puts the judge in a very awkward position to have to go in, because the alternative is the judge goes in a blank slate and listens to everything and then formulates, the sentence and the reasoning. And that's just too much. That's just too much to handle. A judge also wants to make sure that there's proper precedent for the sentence that they give. So it would be silly to go in there and, totally unprepared like that. So I do think the judge came in with some semblance of an idea, if not a total idea of what they want to do. But that's not to say that they won't maybe waver a little bit from there.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks, do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that he could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy, on to the good or to the bad, is a very unusual case, right? He's a unicorn in that he's this big, rich, powerful guy. Do I walk away from this believing that people with resources are not going to still be better off than without those that are without resources? No, it's not going to change anybody's mind that way. Making him an example, I guess that's a possibility.
Like the video, like the video.
But he's so different because most of us won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him being humble, etc., and hammer him a little bit because of it? Yeah, he absolutely might. But I'm not sure any of us, or many of us, would walk away saying, well, when I'm in Diddy's position, I'll never do that. Because there's so few people that are in that position, other than setting an example for Hollywood, right? Which is not most of us. So the making of an example, yeah, perhaps as it pertains to the domestic violence side, without, considering that Diddy is such a unicorn. But most of us are not going to be walking away going, oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did so that I'm not similarly situated, because I'm not similarly situated. Most of us are.
We get a question from Alessia Macari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there since that time as well. Hopefully the weather's been holding up and everything's okay there. But look, we don't want you to miss a minute of what is happening inside that courtroom, particularly since there's no cameras. Interesting development in court. So Xavier Donaldson says, now what I'm about to tell you is in respect to what the prosecution accused Sean Combs of. Remember earlier on in the day when they go, he's got speaking engagements in Miami scheduled for next week, seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity and what life was like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge says, what is the gentleman's name? Xavier Donaldson says, Giovanni. Judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So it seems that there is an emphasis to try to speed this along. This person says, my name is Giovanni Saras for Reentry One. We have a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sierra, this goes to a larger question. Two questions I'm going to throw to you. One is from Kentucky at Heart. What did Sean Combs help the inmates with? So we've seen a lot of letters about what he did. What's the impact there? If you can summarize that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Caba Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judge has had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some sort of game, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, we have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful, both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or Sean John or Delion Tequila, whatever it may be. He had a business enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay,
here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, interacting with some of these other inmates and, what he's done with them at MDC. Now, on to your second question about Judge Arun Subramanian, the fact that he's had, 3 months to go through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me, I think he's been ruminating on it for maybe more than all of that time. He knew when he sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved in the sentencing if there would be a conviction. So, of course, he's paying close attention throughout the entire trial, just to be fair at the trial. But he has to have in the back of his mind, okay, if there is a conviction, which it turns out there was, he's going to have to be involved in this sentencing. So if you're asking me, and kind of to the point that Serena Townsend was just talking about there, I believe that Judge Arun Subramanian went in today kind of knowing what he was getting into. I'm sure he prepared something. I'm sure he thought about all of it because, yes, it seems like a long day today. I've been standing outside of the courthouse for, X amount of hours. It seems like a long day. However, when someone's life is in the balance here, the future of P. Diddy, whether he'll be able to watch his young children grow up, that's a really big day, and it's probably going by pretty fast for him. So I think that Judge Arun Subramanian just wants to make sure that he's being very fair about it, thinking through everything, looking through all of the guidelines. So he definitely was preparing a bit before that, but who's to say, could he be swayed by what is being said right now in court as we speak?
Yeah, and it takes a while to prepare all that information. The pre-sentencing report takes some time. They have to do a kind of a full background analysis of Sean Combs. It also depends when these letters are submitted to the court and are able to be reviewed by the judge. You have so many from family and inmates and people who testified at the trial. Sean Combs, the victims. So he is scheduling a lot of time for this. It is interesting. Giovanni Saris says in court, this is a new update, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. So trying to suggest that Sean Combs, if he was going to be speaking next week or was planning to, it was for a good purpose. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be out. I'm going to do speaking engagements. I think they're trying to really reverse that narrative. That seems to be what they've been doing throughout the course of the day. Serena, this is interesting. It's a question from Brittany Curry. Is there a possibility of Diddy being able to have his record expunged after so much time passes?
That's a toughie. I wouldn't expect that a record like this would be expunged anytime soon. There are mechanisms to expunge records in certain situations, but I would be surprised with this type of conviction, especially considering how many counts he was facing and all of the extraneous stuff that we learned about him during this trial. I think it would be hard to expunge. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Joe, it's interesting when we talk about what the judge is considering here, because in a way, Sean Combs is different than anyone else. If the analysis is, hey, I have the possibility of releasing somebody. If I take him at his word, he has the power, the resources, the opportunity, the expertise to really help a lot of people. Again, assuming everything Sean Combs is saying is true. And if he can go out and try to help people, former inmates re-enter society, like this organization, or try to tell people, let me tell you about what happened if you break the law. Let me tell you about my time at the MDC. If he can help people in a positive way, and not like any other kind of criminal defendants who say all the time, I'll be a different person. I've learned from my actions. I want to be a productive member of society. It's a little different when you talk about Sean Combs. But should that be used to his advantage? Does that put him in a different position that could work to his benefit, whereas somebody else?
Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Thanks for being here, everyone. Like the videos you guys come in. Please like the videos you guys come in.
Who is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution may not have the same ability to do good as Sean Combs?
Well, Sean Combs has the ability to do good with resources put behind it, right?
Okay, I don't want my system to die, so what I am going to do is charge up. We've almost been live for almost 4 hours. There's 124 in the building. Please hit the subscribe button. We have about 124 in the building. Please hit the subscribe button. If all 124 hit the subscribe, that's an amazing day for us. So copyright disclaimer, under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. All comments are alleged, in our opinion, and for entertainment purposes only. We will be back in probably about an hour. I'm going to let everything charge up. I don't want anything to cut off and then I can't retrieve it. So focus on healthy, safe relationships. Let me know in the comments. Do you guys feel that he'll get 1 year? Press 1. Over 2 years? Press 2. Over 3 years? Press 3. Do you think he'll get over 5 years? Press 5. Do you think he'll get over 10 years? Press 10. Let me know in the comments what you think the judge will decide. Do you think that there'll be a decision today? Or do you think it'll carry over till Monday and the judge will sit on it and think about what's been said? How do you feel about the daughters being emotional? We get it. That's their dad. Do you think that weighs heavy on the judge's heart? Let me know in the comments. You think 5 years? 7? Let's see. 5 years? Okay. So just let me know in the comments. Continue to hit the subscribe button. Continue to hit the like button. Super chats are welcome. We haven't gotten a super chat today. Super chats are welcome. That's the button right next to the comments. But I thank everyone for being here. I will be back. I don't want to lose power, so I will be back. We've been live for 4 hours. That's a long time. So thanks for being here, everyone. Focus on healthy, safe relationships and be kind to people. Let me know in the comments what you think will happen. Will the judge be fair? Unfair? Do you think all the statements that's been made has helped? Are you surprised that Mia has changed her mind and she does not want to speak? And how do you feel about pretty much a lot of people showing up? Will other celebrities come towards the end of the day? I really haven't heard that any celebrities have shown up. It's more so been his friends, family, and children. So let me know in the comments. Many of the victims have spoke up and wrote statements. So there's that too. Thanks for being here, everyone. Have a great day. Goodbye. Be blessed.